Obviously, only a couple days away from a massive pay-per-view here in Abu Dhabi. So I guess, how has camp been? How's the weight cut been now? And what are the emotions now that you're only a few days away from, fighting Shara here in Abu Dhabi?
Всего пару дней осталось до этого невероятного события здесь, в Абу-Даби. Пожалуйста, расскажи, как прошел лагерь, как самочувствие, как вообще эмоции про такой невероятный карт, невероятный бой и против Шары.
Добрый день. Лагерь прошел отлично, все прошло по плану, все замечательно. Очень сильно хотел попасть в этот карт. Слава Богу, все получилось. Надеюсь, обрадую вас хорошей победой.
How's everyone doing? Yes, the camp went great. Everything went according to plan. This is a card that I really wanted to be on. Hoping that the performance will be great, and I'll show you a great victory.
Why specifically did you want to be on this card?
Почему именно в этом карде ты хотел биться?
Ну, в Абу-Даби очень много наших болельщиков с России. У них есть возможность приехать за нас поболеть. И для нас это дорогого стоит. И очень много внимания к этому карду всегда.
There's a lot of people in Abu Dhabi that can come here from Russia. There's a lot of Russian fans here, people that give us support, people that really greet us here really well. Folks from our country can actually come here and support us freely. So this specific card had a lot of attention. So it's very important for us to be somewhere seen.
And there's probably going to be more attention on your fight because of how popular Shara is. Have you felt kind of maybe more interview requests, more attention, more eyeballs on this fight just because you're fighting such a popular fighter?
Наверняка именно к вашему бою будет очень много внимания, потому что ты бьешься против очень популярного бойца, поэтому тебе показалось, что тебя просят больше интервью, больше каких-то, пытаются больше тебя показать в этом бою, чем в другом.
Да нет такого. Все как всегда, в принципе. Нет такого. Ну да, Шара на сегодняшний день очень хайповый боец. И я считаю, что это для нас обоих в целом очень хороший бой.
Yeah, it really didn't feel that much difference, not too much attention, but yeah, Shara is very popular, he's got a lot of hype behind him, and I think really for both of us this is a great thing that there's going to be so many people watching this specific fight.
Do you think he deserves the hype?
Ты думаешь, что он заслуживает этого хайпа?
Ну, если вы это цените, вам это нравится, значит он заслуживает.
Well, if you think that he deserves it, you think you like this, then I guess he does.
There were some photos out that you guys competed at the same kickboxing tournament a long time ago. I guess, were you familiar with him before, and did you have a relationship with him? And I guess, what do you make of his skill set as a whole?
Всплыли какие-то фотографии, давным-давно вы с ним бились на одном и том же турнире по кикбоксингу. Насколько у вас с ним есть какие-то отношения, вы с ним друзья, вы с ним знакомы, вообще какие чувства между вами?
Да, мы с Шарой знаем друг друга, когда-то мы вместе тренировались. Мы дрались на одном турнире, но не в одно время, в разное время мы проводили эти бои. Мы хорошие знакомые, мы не друзья, но мы хорошие знакомые.
Yeah, we know each other. I mean, at one point we even trained together way back when. The tournament you're talking about, we fought together in the same tournament, but it's not like we fought together. We didn't fight each other. So, yeah, we know each other. I wouldn't say that we're best of friends, but we're really good acquaintances.
Was there anything you could take away from past training camps for this fight?
Из прошлых лагерей или, может, тогда, когда вы тренировались вместе, может быть, что-то ты запомнил, что ты сможешь использовать в этом бою?
Ну, безусловно, мы знаем его сильные и слабые стороны, как и любого соперника, поэтому боюсь все увидеть.
Yeah, more than likely. I mean, we know all of his weak parts, we know all of his good sides, so you'll see it. For every opponent, we make sure to study him really well, so I think you'll see everything in the fight.
So, after the fight, how do you see the fight playing out on Saturday then?
Как думаешь, пройдет бой вообще в субботу?
Очень красочно.
It's going to be very fiery, very exciting.
And last one for me, can you say your thoughts on the main event between Ilia and Max?
И твои мысли насчет главного события между Максом и Ильей?
Макс мне очень сильно импонирует как боец, я давно за ним слежу. Ну и Топурия, конечно, безусловно, очень ярко себя проявляет сейчас. Ну, не знаю, я думаю, будет очень красивый, красочный бой, и я хочу, чтобы просто победил сильнейший.
You know, I'm a big fan of Max. I've been following Max for a long time, following his career. I think that he's a great fighter. I also really like Topuria. You know, he's pushing forward. He's got a lot of hype behind him, a lot of speed. So I think that it's going to be a wonderful fight, and hopefully the strongest wins.
Армен, у вас по-любому с Шарой были спарринги в Universal Fighters. Можешь рассказать, как они проходили?
When you and Shara went to Universal Fighter together training, I'm sure you guys sparred. Can you talk about your sparring?
Как и обычно, всегда спарринги, все стандартно, аккуратненько работали.
Just regular sparring sessions, you know, just carefully worked with each other, everything standard.
Ну а если вот условно сказать, кому руку поднимали чаще?
And whose hand was raised more often, so to speak?
В зале руки никому не поднимают.
In training, nobody gets their hand raised.
Рассказывают, что в UFC есть возможность отказываться от какого-то количества поединков. Вроде говорят про количество 3 поединков. Были ли у тебя какие-то размышления, когда сказали Шара Буллет? Были ли мысли отказаться, потому что все равно твой земляк?
They say that there's a certain amount of fights that you can actually say no to in the UFC. I mean, the number 3 usually flies around. Is there something that you thought about when you were told that Shara Bullet is a potential opponent? Did you think about possibly saying no to it because he's your countryman?
Конечно, находясь здесь, на международной арене, мы хотим драться больше с иностранными соперниками и проявлять себя. Но я никогда не отказывался от боев, никогда в жизни, и никогда не буду искать для себя легких путей. Я пришел сюда, чтобы доказать, что я лучший, поэтому мы будем работать и показывать это.
You know, obviously being in such a huge international promotion, it's not ideal to be fighting people from your country. There's so many other options that you can have. But I was never the kind of fighter that says no to fights or picks my opponents and tries to find an easier way up. I will never do that. I've never done it before. So I'm here to show myself and to prove that I'm the best in the world.
Армен, приветствую. В твоем тренерском штабе тренер Расул Магомед Алиев, он будет и секундировать тебя, а также Шара у него работал в зале. Считаешь ли ты это своим преимуществом, что человек, который тебя тренирует, он знает неплохо Шару?
Your coach, Rasul Magomed Ankalaev, was the guy that did the entire camp with you. He's also going to be in your corner. He knows Shara really well because Shara worked in his gym as well. Do you think that it's an advantage for you having a coach who knows exactly what Shara represents?
Не, ну конечно, в любом случае мы знаем Шару давно и по его боям в целом, да, я, как сказать, давно слежу, да, за его боями. Я за всеми бойцами российского ММА слежу. И для нас, конечно, наверное, чуть-чуть на нашей стороне, да, карта есть. То, что мы знаем его слабые стороны и сильные стороны. Ну и в любом случае мы с тренерским штабом, с моей командой просматривали все его бои. Даже если бы он не тренировался у нас, мы в любом случае видели бы его слабые и сильные стороны.
Yes, of course. I've known Shara for a long time. I followed his career for a long time. I know him from fighting. I know him from training. And you know, for us, it's something that we know already. We know his weak sides. We know his strong sides. But it doesn't matter if it's him or anybody else. Whenever we're preparing for an opponent, we'll make sure to always dissect our opponent and know the strong sides and the weak sides. So obviously, there's a little bit of an advantage because we are so familiar with him. But it's not any different when it's preparing for anybody else.
И последний вопрос от меня. Вот Шаре задали вопрос про ваш бой, что значит ли для тебя что-то, что ты вот дерешься против чемпиона мира по тайскому боксу, то есть значимый ли это фактор? И на что Шара так достаточно дерзко ответил, без относительно тебя, но в целом, что вы можете поставить в принципе в один ряд всех чемпионов мира, я их по одному щелкну в бою. Можешь ли ты похвастаться такой же уверенностью перед этим боем? И понимаешь ли ты, на чем основана уверенность Шары?
Shara was asked a question about how does he feel about fighting a world champion in Thai boxing, and he was told that it doesn't matter who's in front of me. You can put him in front of me, or you can put any other champion in front of me, and I will systematically defeat all of them one by one. What do you feel about that answer, and why do you think he gets such a confidence to be answering in such a way?
Ранее я уже говорил, что я сюда пришел, чтобы доказать, что я лучший, да, в этом деле. И, конечно, абсолютно любого дайте мне соперника. Я его также хрустну. Проблем никаких нет в этом.
As I said before, I'm here to prove that I'm the best in the world, and I agree with him. I'm feeling the same way. You put anybody in front of me, and I'll make sure to pop him just as easily.
Спасибо.
Армен, приветствую. А вы в штабе вообще рассуждали, говорили о том, что бой может перейти там в партер, и ты там можешь, условно говоря, там побороться с Шарой? Потому что, ну, откровенно говоря, не самая сильная сторона его.
Was it ever discussed in the camp that there's a possibility of wrestling or grappling or going down to the ground? Because, I mean, if we can be honest about it, that's not necessarily his strongest suit. So have you talked about going to the ground?
Ну, конечно, это ММА, и это и ударка, и стойка, поэтому и борьба, поэтому мы ко всему готовимся всегда.
Of course, this is MMA. We were talking about stand-up fights. We're talking about ground fights. We get prepared for both aspects, all the aspects.
А Роман Копылов принимал участие вот в подготовке, помогал тебе?
Was Roman Kopylov part of your camp? Was he helping you?
Нет, Роман Копылов в этой подготовке не участвовал.
No, Roman was not part of this camp.
Спасибо.
Armen here. Hello. You represent Armenia also in a big stage such as like UFC. What it means for you to represent the country Armenia?
Ты представляешь Армению на такой громадной сцене, как UFC, на такой платформе, как UFC. Что для тебя означает представлять также и Армению?
Я с детства еще мечтал, когда был маленьким, поднимать флаг Армении на большой арене. И моя мечта сбылась.
Since I was a little kid, it was my dream to raise the Armenian flag on a huge arena. And now I'm living my dream.
And the one as for me. You represent Armenia, also the main event. Ilia Topuria represents Georgia. How do you call the fighters from such a region like Georgia and Armenia growing up right now in a big stage like MMA? What do you think about the fighters from those regions?
Ты представляешь Армению в главном событии, Илья представляет Грузию. Какие у тебя ощущения насчет того, что ребята из этих стран теперь выступают на такой громадной сцене и представляют свои страны на такой платформе?
Безусловно, все знают, что я российский боец, потому что я вырос и родился в Сибири, и я дрался очень много лет за сборную России. И, конечно, я представляю, можно сказать, две страны, но здесь просто дали выбор, какую именно ты хочешь поднимать флаг, и как бы мне просто для себя, для моих родителей мне хотелось сделать так. А по поводу ребят, я считаю, что у них аналогичная ситуация, что они из маленькой страны Грузии, и они также гордо поднимают этот флаг и очень достойно представляют свою страну.
You know, it's not a secret. Everybody knows that I grew up in Siberia, in Russia, and I fought for the Russian team. And you know, I'm a Russian fighter just as much. And so, when I was given a choice between what flag to raise up, it was important for me to raise up the Armenian flag, not only for myself, but for my parents. It's a personal choice to represent a country like Armenia on such a huge stage. And when it comes to the other guys, when it comes to the Georgian guys as well, I think it's the same. You know, it's a feeling that you have in your heart. You come from a tiny region, from a tiny country, and to be able to represent it on such a huge stage is very important.
Thank you.
Max, how you doing?
What's up, brother? Hey, congrats, bro. Congrats. I watched it.
What do you think?
Bro, you're an animal.
Thanks, brother. I get the impression that Ilia Topuria is not necessarily under your skin, but some of the things he says kind of confuses you more than annoys you. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I'm more confused about everything that he's saying about me not wanting to fight him, me getting forced to fight him. The dude just, I mean, he got me out here feeling like how he looked after my Gaethje fight. So it's crazy.
Do you get the impression, right, he's clearly a confident guy, he clearly believes in his skills, but do you think when he's talking about, oh, I'm going to fight for the lightweight title, then the welterweight title, and Max is going to be easier than Josh Emmett, do you think he believes what he's saying, or is he trying to sort of build himself up so he gets that confidence?
I think, I mean, I don't know, bro. His mind is very interesting. I couldn't answer that question for you, to be honest, bro. But if that's what it takes to be the best version of himself come Saturday night, then so be it. You know, he can talk all that talk he wants, because at the end of the day, he still got to see me in 3 days.
Out of all the things he said, is the whole I'm going to point at the floor in the first 10 seconds thing the one that kind of makes you roll your eyes the hardest?
Yeah, because it just makes no sense, you know. At the end of the day, to me, I don't think he deserves. You got to earn that right. I don't think he deserved that right. With him being, I mean, you know the guy that he's copycatting. This guy's a copycat. You know, down to the tattoos, to his aura, to the way he's approaching fights. The guy's a copycat, and you're best friends with the guy he's following. So, trying to copy. So, at the end of the day, I think you got to earn that moment. And I believe he had that. He could have earned it with Josh Emmett in their 5-round roar. Josh Emmett was trying to swing. If you guys can go back to that fight and watch what happened, when Josh Emmett was trying to swing, someone shot and someone held someone down for the rest of the fight. So I think the moment needs to be earned, and he's just trying to steal stuff. You know, he's already trying to steal one person's aura, and now he's trying to steal somebody else's thing. So it's amazing.
He's clearly a good fighter, right? No one does that to Volkanovski if they're not a good fighter. But you, in your career, fought Aldo, you fought Conor, you fought Volkanovski, you fought the best of the best in this division's history. When you look at Ilia as a fighter, how does he rank up against those names? Or do you still think he's kind of unproven?
I mean, he's an animal. He's good, you know. A lot of people forget that when he came into the UFC, he got brought in as a grappler and wrestler. That's what he was. And he came into the UFC, started knocking dudes out. His boxing is nice. As a fighter, you cannot be a hater and say he's not good, you know. Is he proven? He did what he had to do when he had to do it to get to the position he has. So there's no disrespect to that. But you get to see me come Saturday night, so that should be fun.
And the last one for me, you obviously bumped into your old rival Alex this
Yeah.
week. Is that kind of a fun one where, like, you guys had a great trilogy, but it almost feels like that chapter might not be over yet, so it's not time to sit back and look and reflect together yet? Are we still like, there's still some future here?
Yeah, for sure, you know. The dude got 3 on me. I gotta get 1, bro. I gotta get 1. So at the end of the day, yeah, it's always respect with Alex. It's always respect with anybody. You know, it takes a certain type of human being to go out there in the octagon and to share that octagon with. So, you know, with Alex, it's always respect. With most of my opponents, it's always respect, you know.
Max over here. Oh, Jose, go ahead.
Just going back to what you were saying about how Ilia is a beast and comparing him to your past opponents, you know, he keeps using this phrase like, I bring the next evolution of mixed martial arts. That's what he's saying about himself. When you actually break it down, do you see things that he's doing differently that people weren't doing years ago, or is that just something you think he's saying to kind of build the fight?
I mean, it's probably something to bring the fight, to build the fight, because I don't think he's doing anything different than people, you know. I mean, everybody strikes, everybody wrestles, everybody judos, Greco-Roman, whatever you want to call it. Everybody does this. It's mixed martial arts, you know, and he's putting it together pretty well for himself. But I mean, like he's saying, this new generation. I'm only a couple of years older than him, so you know, I've been here, done that. Like I said, a lot of people keep forgetting how young I was. You know, like I said, when I think ESPN posted it. When I was his age, I had like all my title wins and title defenses already. So that's just how that goes.
Title fight aside and the hype around this fight, after UFC 300, there were a lot of, you know, journalists and fans, they kind of circled this fight as their most anticipated fight for the rest of the year, right after UFC 300. You guys weren't even booked yet, so do you kind of take that as do you take pride in that? That even though the fight wasn't booked, like people were like, John Jones still hadn't fought yet, and Pereira hadn't done his thing yet, but people were still circling this fight as like the one that they wanted to see.
For sure, man. When your name is put up against guys like Alex Pereira and John Jones and people, and these guys are still fighting. There was fighting this year, there was gonna have fights this year, and when you put those names against our names and they said this is the fight that everybody wants to watch, I mean, that's pretty amazing, At the end of the day, I'm just stoked to be talked about in that sense.
And when Alex Volkanovski did his breakdown of this fight, he said that he's not sure that Ilia can fight through being uncomfortable with you. He kept using that word, if it gets in the later rounds, Max can make this uncomfortable. Is that how you see the fight playing out? In the later rounds, you can kind of take him out of his element and make this fight uncomfortable?
Yeah, I mean, we see what happens. You never know. You never know what can happen. Your boy been touching people on the right spot and been putting them down. So that's always fun. And at the end of the day, we see what happens. I know he talked about his cardio. He believes he has cardio, but most of the time, his cardio is outshining the opponent's cardio because he's hurting them early in their fights, And the beautiful thing is, guys, I just cannot wait, man. I can't wait. It's going to be something special. Tune in Saturday night.
And last one for me, I'm sure you saw it, but Power Slap champ, Crazy Hawaiian, told the story about how you stepped up on him when he was a senior, when he was too high in class.
Yeah.
Is that how it actually played out?
Brother, I was just trying to learn, bro. And I didn't say shut the hell up. I said some other words. And we had some other words. And I was training already. They knew who I was. He has a younger brother that was my friend. So I think that probably helped too. But I was just trying to learn, bro. Bro, please shut the hell up. And I was just like, bro, I'm in class. I'm trying to learn. Be quiet. And we know he was older. It's like, bro, you're down here for a reason. Shut up, I'm trying to learn in class. Leave me alone.
Was he still that big at the time?
Oh, bro, he was huge, bro. He's huge. Maybe a little bit smaller, but he's still big. And I was much smaller, bro. I was like a 135 or 125 or soaking wet. So that's crazy.
Max, right here. So I was at the UAE Warriors event last night, and there was a Gracie member fighting on the card, and he was losing 2 rounds, and then the third, he pointed to the center of the cage, and then about 30 seconds later, he was butt scooting in that same area on the cage. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, and can we set the record straight on how you're allowed to point to the middle and what circumstances allow this?
I mean, everybody can point to the middle, bro. It is what it is, but what you're gonna do to the middle, if you're doing it because of the way I'm doing it, you cannot step back. You gotta go in there and step in the fire and throw. But who knows, bro? Some people they point it down and they shoot after. Maybe that's their secret move, or point it down and booty scooting now. So that's pretty cool.
I'm curious, do you think this win, if you get this title back, will be more meaningful than the first time around, just given the time in between the title reigns and everything you've had to overcome to get back here?
Never. I mean, I don't know for you guys, the way you guys look at my career, but personally, fighting a guy who I stood idolize and what he's doing, the dude is still fighting, bro. What the hell? Does he age? I mean, I saw somebody talking about how they might be lying on his age, and he's still moving like that. It's just crazy. And to fight the King of Rio in Rio, to win it the way I did, nothing's going to ever top that moment for me.
Can we bring back the hex ties if you get the win here?
Maybe bring back the suits and the hex ties. Maybe. Never say never.
A lot of talk this week about how you moved up 3 spots in the lightweight rankings. I'm just curious what you thought about that happening, given the fact that you were at 1 spot and you hadn't fought since then, and then this week you jump up again.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. The ranking is wild. It doesn't matter unless you got the belt. So it's cool moving up, this and that, being in the pound for pound and everything. But if you're not first, you're last, I guess.
If you have 2 belts over your shoulders after this fight, is it going to be a tough decision to decide which one you want to defend?
Not at all, man. Not at all. UFC can tell me what they want to do, and we can do it. So I mean, there's a lot of fun fights here at 45 now. Division is kind of coming up. I know they bring somebody else up here, so with Diego. So that's a cool couple guys coming up. 55 is always fun to throw my name in the mix, but first things first is Ilia. You know, I got my hands full with him, and you can ask me that question after Saturday night.
Yeah, I guess, you know, going off that, you want to wait till after the fight. But Volkanovski, you know, he really wants to fight in Australia, and he said, you know, he wants you to win because he thinks you're more likely to go there and fight him in February. Do you think he's maybe on point with that analysis, at least, that you're more likely to take that fight there than Ilia?
I mean, we see what happens. First things first is Ilia. And then after this, I promised my boy some traveling time in December. So that might be a quick turnaround. And then I have two Aussies who represent me in my management. And I found out what taxes is over there. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, Vegas sounds good.
Hello, sir. How are you doing? Some years ago, you said that you are still waiting and new from Bruce Buffer, and it's your extra motivation. So in April at UFC 300, you finally heard and new. So are you satisfied now, and Bruce can relax, or I mean, do you still care how he will announce you after after your fight?
Oh yeah, and new undisputed title. You know, the BMF title, the BMF title, guys. I don't even know what's going on, why people is like so crazy about it. Before the title, it was supposed to be a fake title. After the title, now everybody wants the fake title, and then people getting mad for me not putting up. Like I have that type of control in this fight to put up a fake title, and then the guy I'm fighting, if it's a fake title, he bought a fake title. So that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what's going on in this world anymore.
And one more question. What's your opinion on the main event in Power Slap, if you follow it, of course?
I don't follow it too much, but I know the Crazy Hawaiian. We went to school together. We had that story. I got a poo too for my Y9 native.
Thank you.
Mats, hello. You have like 15 5-rounder fights right now, and Ilia in overall have 15 fights in Korea. What this experience means for you first in this fight against Ilia and in MMA overall?
I mean, experience is cool, you know, but experience can all get taken away with one shot, you know, and Ilia has that one shot. I've been working on my one shot, so experience is experience. It is what it is. This is a world title fight. He won the fights that he's supposed to win to be here. I won the fights that I'm supposed to win to be here, and we got to fight, so that's all there is.
And the one that's for me. What this fight means for the Hawaiian MMA?
It means a lot, man. It means a lot. I go back out there. I reclaim the throne. I get to go back Hawaii 15 pounds heavier with something nice and golden on my shoulder. It would be amazing.
Thanks.
Max, to your left, winning Saturday night automatically gets you a lightweight shot against Islam. Does it excite you knowing it replaces the long-anticipated matchup that never happened against Khabib?
I mean, unless you work in the UFC, and I don't know nothing, because I never ever heard of that, but that'd be amazing news to me if I got my hand raised and that was the direct shot. But for sure, like I said, man, I was talking about it all week. You know, we missed the shot with the Khabib fight. They call Islam the 2.0, and I think Islam is like, he's more willing to fight me now. I know he didn't care too much, because why would he? You know, I was a 45er coming up, and the 55 and so whatever. But now he seems more openly to the fight. So I mean, never say never. You know, first things first. Like I said, though, I got Ilia. He's my full focus.
Well, you're closer than ever to being a triple champ. So good luck.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Max? Hi, over here. Greetings from Georgia, or how we say Gamarjoba. You mentioned traveling. I just wanted to let you know that no matter what happens Saturday, we're rooting for both of you. May the best man win, and you're always welcome to come and visit Georgia.
Thank you.
As for questions, so I don't know. I know you're not the type of guy to kind of rest on your laurels or smell the roses, as you say. But you are the first ever fighter to hold the interim title, to hold the undisputed and the BMF title. And as far as undisputed title goes, you have both the old belt and the new belt. So basically, you're like featherweight Thanos or something. I don't know. You've collected them all. So after such a long career, filled with like amazing moments, right? What keeps that fire burning? What keeps motivating you?
the next one is always the best one. That's what keeps me motivated. Just and being motivation for the next generation. You know, we got a lot of stuff going down in Waianae right now, and or even in Hawaii period, and people just need hope. So if I can be that little hope, that little share of light, then so be it.
Amazing. Well, if some people, I know people, my friends, and those who like to watch your fights, they are very inspired by you all the way halfway across the world. So I'm sure people in Waianae feel that as well. And just one more question, kind of. I know that your career is far from over, and I know that we're gonna see, I'm pretty sure, many amazing fights from you. But I just wanted to know, kind of, again, this is not the talk about retirement or anything, but how would you want to be remembered as a fighter?
Actually, not even as a fighter. I just want to be remembered one of the greatest people. Just a great person. That's it. No fighting anything. I just want you guys to know me and people, all the UFC staff, just to know me as a great person. Like, oh, when they talk about myself, it's like, oh yeah, that was a great kid, or that was a great guy, and that's about it. You know, that you only can leave great stuff behind. You know, and with all these records and everything is cool, but your personality and how you treat someone else is much more important to me. So if you guys can be like, oh yeah, Max was a great guy. Anytime I interview him, anytime I talk to him, any interaction I had with him was great. That's more than enough for me.
I think mission is accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Max, right here. You're a guy that's always kind of taken care of yourself. You've limited the hard sparring and things like that. Just a question about Tua Tagovailoa recently. He's kind of come out and people have asked him, are you going to wear the Guardian cap? And they've talked about his health and things like that. And he said, I'm not going to wear it for personal reasons. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that, and like younger guys in not only MMA but contact sports taking care of like their mental health and dealing with concussions and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, Tua's Polynesian, bro. He's Hawaiian, so that there goes why he wants to do that. And he's an animal, bro. And I mean, bro, the dude is worth so much money. They gotta be knowing what they're doing, you know. And the main thing I would say to or what you're talking about is take care of your guys' brain. Try and find brain health. Learn about brain health, and do the right things. You know, you only get one brain, guys. You only get one brain, and once that thing starts deteriorating, it's not like anything else where you can grow it back. So be smart. Go see specialists. Go see doctors. Go do research on your own brain health and take care of yourself. Because at the end of the day, that's what it is. You know, you wanna be able. I don't want to be a vegetable when I grow older. Especially with all these, everybody keep talking to me about how much times you got hit and blah blah. Brother, I take brain health so serious. People would never know. After my career, maybe I'll talk about it and all this stuff that we've been doing. But take care of you guys' brains. Do you guys' homework. Get on it and be smart.
Hey Max, back here. You spoke a little bit about the BMF belt, and let's be honest, you've given that belt real lineage now, especially with the performance that you put in against Gaethje. Another person who is pretty BMF in my opinion, Dan Ige, taking Lopez on 4 hours. What do you think of the idea of a Hawaiian v Hawaiian BMF?
That'd be amazing, right? Two Hawaiians at the top of it, the pinnacle. Two warriors. I mean, it'd be cool.
In Hawaii.
In Hawaii, that's probably not gonna happen. That's something that it's not a UFC problem with Hawaii, guys. It's a Hawaii problem. I don't know what's going down in Hawaii. I don't know why they give us so much hard times. When I had the belt and we had opportunities to do it, but it's an Hawaii thing, bro. It's a Hawaii thing. But next big thing would be probably in Vegas. But with that, two Hawaiian fight for a BMF belt, I couldn't see something more fitting. That'd be funny.
Best of luck, champ. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that your first one? Yeah? You did like boxing and stuff? Oh, MMA? Just one? Well, that's... You wild, bro. I would never do that. Thank you, guys. You guys take care.
Hi guys.
Hi. Ankalaev spoke a lot about how he is willing to stand up the whole fight against Pereira. Does it excite you to test his stand-up fight?
It's a mixed martial arts fight, you know, and I had a very good camp, and we prepared for every scenario, you know, striking, wrestling, or grappling. So we will see where the fight gonna go, you know. Maybe he gonna shoot for a takedown against me. Maybe he want just to prove his stand-up against Alex Pereira. You know, you never know. So I don't even pay attention on it, what he said against Pereira. The most important thing is Saturday night, how he gonna fight against me. And yeah, I know that I did my homework, and I'm ready for everything what he brings to the table, striking, wrestling, or grappling.
Alex, right here. You know, Ankalaev, he's tweeted a lot since his last fight, but one of the things he's been saying is he thinks you're the toughest opponent, like even compared to Alex. Do you think like he's building the fight with you? Does he believe that? And I guess what do you bring to the table that I guess would make you the toughest?
I really didn't pay attention on the social media and the tweets what he did the last months or the last weeks. Of course I saw them, but I didn't really pay attention. My 100% focus was on training, focusing on myself, not on him, and to get the best out of me in the camp. And this is what I had. And if he says that, it's good. But if he didn't say it, it's also good, you know? So it's okay for me.
And I think this is your first time since 2019. You've had 2 fights in the same calendar year. So I guess how has camp been knowing that you can, you know, you're healthy and you can continue fighting more than once a year now?
Finally, you know, I was dealing with some injuries, and but I think not. No, I don't think. I know that consistency is the key to get the victories and get that victory on Saturday. And yeah, 4 or 5 months I fought, and now again, and I want to stay active. You know, I'm healthy. I have no injuries, and I hope after the fight also no injuries. You know, and to finish the fight and to relax a little bit after the fight with my family, and then get back to work and work my way up to the title.
Many fans thought maybe Ankalaev would get the title shot, and then when he was matched up with you, Alex said that maybe the UFC thinks you're too boring in terms of Ankalaev might be too boring. Do you think he gets kind of a bad reputation for being boring when you watch him?
I really don't know what went back and forward with Magomed and his manager and the UFC. There's only the UFC knows why they decide Khalil to fight against Pereira. But what makes me really happy is that the UFC gave me Ankalaev, and I honestly believe that if I didn't put a good fight on UFC 300, doesn't matter the result, I would never get that fight, you know. And when I got the fight against Ankalaev, the name, I immediately say yes, because he is number 2 ranked, and behind Jiří Procházka, who lost twice against Pereira. So this is the best matchup for me, and stylistically, it's going to be a better matchup for me than Jiří Procházka.
Well, going off of that, like Chael Sonnen said that he thinks fans forgot how good you were. And a lot of people are saying, you know, if Ankalaev wins, he's going to fight for the title and everything. Do you think they're not realizing that if you win, you could also get the next title shot as well? Are you viewing this as an actual #1 contender fight?
It's time to remember the fans and the people in the UFC who the Rocket is, you know, back in the days. So I'm ready to crash the party on Saturday and to mix things up.
And just last one for me, unrelated to your fight. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Ilia and Max?
I like both. I mean, this is the third time fighting with Max on the same card. I know him better than Ilia, but I really, it can go back and forward, you know. There are some stats like Max never been knocked out, and Ilia has a very good boxing. Of course, he's a mixed martial artist, so I really cannot answer this question. I'm very excited by myself.
Hey Alex, so after watching these last fights, like controversial decisions from the judges, do you feel like you have the pressure to finish the fight, to finish Ankalev?
I have no pressure at all. You know, I am ranked number 5. He's ranked number 2. Yes, probably gonna be this fight is gonna be #1 contender fight, but we never know what the UFC decides. I am in Abu Dhabi. I'm like kind of like in enemy territory, you know. It's territory of Magomed Ankalaev, and he need to have pressure, not me. And I go in and being ice cold and see my chances where I can finish the fight if I can. If not, my mentality and my plan for this fight is just to go in and to dominate from second one to the end of the fight.
And if you were to finish the fight, if you don't leave it in the judges' hands, and that immediately puts you in the title picture. And as a striker, how do you see? Did you watch the round 3's performance against Alex? And how do you see any holes in Alex's game where you can explode?
I said it yesterday in an interview that everybody on this world and in the division has holes. Doesn't matter if it's Alex Pereira or John Jones or somewhere, everybody has holes, and this is the beauty of the sport, of the MMA sport. You have always room to improve. So it's up to you if you use the holes against you or to use it for you. And the fight against Khalil and Pereira was amazing, was a brutal stand-up battle, but come on, this is an MMA fight, you know, and probably maybe if Khalil mixed things up, he would have better chances. You never know. I don't know the level of Khalil's wrestling and grappling, but for the fans and for the UFC, it was a great fight, and yeah, great victory by the champ.
That was a Sport Plus from Turkey. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Aleksandar, right here. Yeah. Some fans say that Ankalaev is a #1 contender. Do you think victory over him is more valuable, considering that he's #1 and like most likely he could be a champion at some point?
Yeah, I mean, he's a hard matchup, like all the fights in the UFC. We are all good fighters, good athletes, you know, we would not be here in the UFC if we are not. So it's all about the details, and yeah, I'm here in that era, you know, I want to fight the best, and I want to beat them, you know, when, because I don't want to regret any things when I'm getting older and retired to not fighting the best. So fighting Ankalaev is one step ahead for my dream to become a UFC champion and to fight Alex Pereira, and this could be possible on Saturday night after a great performance.
But do you agree with the opinion that beating Ankalaev is pretty much like beating a champion?
No, you have Alex Pereira. He's He's a hell of a champion. He is very good at it, and he is active. You know, he did 3 fights this year. I mean, and he finished all 3 of them. So you are not the champion only by your record or by your name or where you came from. You're the champion what you put into the octagon, you know, and the people loves him in Pereira, and the UFC loved him, and he do a great job. So this is all about the champion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
been a while since we've got to see you at one of these and indeed see you fight. How painful has it been not being able to compete as much as you want to?
It's hard. I mean, always when you want to do your job, when you can't do it and you not get the money, it's hard. So, yeah, but thanks God, I'm here, I'm ready. I'm gonna go in for my victory and take my money, go home, be happy. So we're here.
Obviously, you have had some health issues that have kept you out of the cage. I don't know if you want to go into detail as to what those were, but do you feel like they are all behind you now and you can move forward with your career without having to worry about that again?
Of course, whatever happens in my life, so always come out with everything, always wins, you know, so whatever it is I fight with, always wins, thanks God. But right now I'm here, I'm best guy who could be in the UFC, man.
Does it annoy you now that fans, considering when you started in the UFC it was a fight one week, a fight another week, that now fans almost talk about you like, oh, this guy never fights? Does that annoy you?
No, why should these things do something, you know, like beginning in my career I was like that, so why this guy is saying this, that, man? This is just only fans, you know, so whatever they say is nothing personal for me.
Do you think Robert Whittaker could be one of the hardest fights in the middleweight division for you, based on his style?
I don't know, so we'll see in the cage, so, but anyone on the top could be a hard fight, but somebody could be an easy fight. We will see. Maybe it's easy fight, maybe it's hard fight for me, so we don't know.
They say that it's going to be Dricus versus Sean Strickland for the title next, but if you go out there and you finish Robert Whittaker in 1 or 2 rounds, do you think that the UFC will have to say, okay, no, it's Hamzat next?
I hope so, but they said that before as well. When I beat the Gilbert Burns, how long time was that? Some 2 or 3 years ago, man. I didn't fought my chance. After that, Usman, if he beats Usman, I'm gonna fight for the title. He didn't fought yet, so we'll see. But I'm happy with the money. I'm making more money than any champion as well, man. So, yeah.
Life is good.
Yeah.
How do you think this fight with Rob will go? Do you believe he will be able to stop the onslaught that you bring in round 1 and round 2 and maybe take you to the championship rounds, or do you think that he won't be able to handle your wrestling and aggressiveness?
I don't know, we'll see. And you know how to lose. We don't know. So I'm ready for victory.
Hamzat right here. On the countdown, it showed you with your new team and your new gym, so I'm curious how has camp been and any of the changes you made from your old one outside of no longer training to exhaustion every single time?
What was it?
It said, it showed that an interview that in your old camp you would just train so much until you were exhausted, and now you're taking a much more scientific approach and rest with your new team. So how has camp been with your new team?
I have my old coaches still, they're my coaches, and always will be my coaches, but just on this training camp, and we try the new things, and we train with the guys who train the people 60 years, you know, so with professional wrestlers, with professional boxers, and I have my doctor around me, I have my dietitian around me, and the guy who checking my supplements, everything, you know. I never had so much team around me, you know, so it would be a different Hamzat.
Rob has faced high-level wrestlers in the past like Joel Romero, and he's faced high-level grapplers like Jacare. I'm curious, how do you think you are different from those two guys when you step in there with Rob?
They are not MMA wrestlers. MMA is different, you know. So you can be Olympic champion, but if you give Olympic champion me and MMA wrestling, I could beat him easy. So this is different, you know. So I'm not just wrestler. People thinking about like I'm not just freestyle wrestler, no. MMA wrestler is different.
And say Rob does be able to stop the takedowns early, do you think you would also hold the advantage if the fight stayed striking and you could knock him out on the feet?
Who did stop my takedowns? Nobody.
No one yet.
So I don't think so. This guy will be different. So if Kamaru Usman, he's been a great champ and took down everyone, but I took him down. I dominated him, in the rounds and easy. And what's gonna be different with taekwondo or karate guy and against like Usman guy, being a wrestler. He was professional wrestler before.
And then last one for me, unrelated to your fight, can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Ilia and Max?
That's hard fight for both. If he's gonna be on the stand-up, it will be hard. But if Ilia uses his background and jiu-jitsu and wrestling, I think Ilia can win much easier.
Hamzat right here. 5-round fight this time, and the past 2 times where you've gone the distance against Kamaru and Gilbert, people have criticized your cardio. Do you look forward, if Robert can make it to those 4th and 5th rounds, to showing how strong you can be later in a fight?
Everyone talk about my condition, but nobody see what I do with these guys, So I always fight, I'm not that guy who is jumping around and trying to save my gas station, So I go always all in, So I like to go and finish somebody. I try to finish the guys. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna go all distance. Doesn't matter, man. So I'm here, just win my fight.
Do you have to change that pace a little bit, knowing it's 5 rounds, or do you feel you can go as hard as you want for 25 minutes if needed?
I've been pushing from first second to last second on my sparrings, but I don't think so. It will be different in the cage here as well. So, but I didn't say anything about my health before Usman fight. Everyone thinks about Hamzat went in the cage healthy, so it wasn't that. I was sick on the morning before the fight, so I don't find the excuse like don't crying like I had a short noses like Usman. I'm jumping in also in short noses when my fights, Yeah, we're fighters. We don't need to find some excuse. If I lose, be a fighter. Just shut up and go home.
How much better, given everything you've said about the training, the nutrition, do you feel right now than you have in past fights, coming in a few days, like hours out from weigh-ins, or, a day and a half from weigh-ins? How much better do you feel right now?
What?
Compared to last fights, how much better do you feel right now, given all the changes that you've made in nutrition and training?
It was amazing. It feels amazing. And my camp was perfect. Never could be that good, man. So we've been in the mountains, been training, and never been in I've been always in the city and just a normal gym train, So like now I was the Olympic Centrum, and they has everything there, doctors, everything. They're checking around and checking your body and all the things you need for the Olympic athletes, So they use it for me, and I'm in great shape.
Did I hear you say in an interview this week that you still want to return to welterweight eventually?
It doesn't matter. Whatever is money, I go for that.
Who do you think would be an easier fight for you between Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis if you get that title shot?
Don't know. Still don't know. When we go to the cage, we will see.
Thank you.
Hamzat here. Left to you.
Yeah.
Hello. You mentioned in the previous dominant welterweight division. Right now, you compete at the welterweight division before, and you moved up to middleweight. Now we see that there was many rumors about you versus Shaukat on the papers. That would be a huge fight. And now Shaukat is fighting for the title against Belal, and you are in a middleweight, one step away from the title. And at some point, would you like to go back to welterweight if you would be offered to fight?
For fight for what?
For the title against Shaukat.
Of course. I've write to the Hunter. So just give me a title any weight class, so I'm ready. Shit doesn't matter. If they give the money, give the title, go for heavyweight as well.
And there's many new names in the middleweight division close to the top 5. For example, the Roman Dolidze, I'm from Georgia, and interesting for me. Also, Caio Borralho, your friend, and Nasruddin Imavov also. There's many names to mention. Then the Roman was called you out before the fights and after the fights fighting against you. And what do you think about him and the fighting against him?
What should I think? We did train before, so that's it. I met him in Thailand outside. I said, "You want to fight? Let's fight right now." He said, "No, I want to fight in the cage." So For me, this fight is everywhere, you know, outside, inside. Roman is a great guy, you know, and we have friends between me and him, you know, Guram and Georgian guys. He's always been close to me. I love that guys, and good character and same tradition, like I said before. If they give for him, you know, but he has to win his fights. He lost against many guys in the division. I never lost. That's the difference.
All right, and the last one from me. You have a new nutritionist in this camp, Matteo, who is one of the best in the business. And you mentioned that you did not have the guys who will help you before in the previous camps. How is it for you to cut weight in this camp? How easy was it?
This is much easier, but before he would just 8 kilos one day, you know. So, but here now we have a professional guy and checking my weight, everything, my show. As like I said before, never been some good people around me, good team around me.
Hamzat, what would be the most satisfying way here? What would be the most satisfying way to win for you? To prove yourself that you can go 5 rounds with Rob, or to submit him, who has never been submitted in middleweight?
Just win, that's it, man. So I don't think about 5 rounds, I think about submission. Just go to the cage, win the fight, smash that guy, and take my money. That's it, man. When I go to the cage, just thinking about how just to win the fight. How doesn't matter.
Hi Hamza, Yusuf here. A common opponent between you and Whittaker is Ikram Aleksandar, who lost only from you and from Whittaker, and Whittaker finished him faster. Do you see any sort of threat different in Whittaker compared to previous opponents? Like a threat from Whittaker to be more dangerous than all the opponents that you faced before?
I don't know, maybe he will be dangerous, but I'm the most dangerous guy in the world. So, I don't know. He finished him early, I finished him later, but I'm not that Hamzat I was before. He's not that Rob he was before. So, the only answer is just a cage.
He had a statement a few days back that he wants to demolish you in front of your audience here in Abu Dhabi. What is your response?
Nothing, just say salam alaikum.
Hello, Khamzat. How are you? You know the Russian fighters. What's your opinion about a possible future fight between Ilia Topuria and Islam Makhachev?
I don't know. So they have some Twitter war now. So these both guys has to fight. The only answer for that is a cage. You know, like I said before. We never know. Everyone can say, I can say, I want, if you ask me, in my mind, in my head, I can beat anyone. So, but just, only answer is just a cage.
Хамзат, приветствую. Здесь слева. Приветствую. У тебя был очень непростой последний год, был отмененный поединок, у тебя очень многое поменялось в тренировочном процессе, и для многих людей сейчас загадка, каким именно ты вернешься ли ты тем Хамзатом, которого все помнят, загадка ли это для тебя, и можно ли сказать, чувствуешь ли ты, что ты, допустим, находишься в лучшей форме за всю свою карьеру?
Да, я чувствую себя отлично, но в таких тренировочных лагерях я никогда не присутствовал. И такого круга тренировок, такого профессионализма вокруг меня не было. Я сам уличный парень, вот вырос на улице. Меня просто было все бои это дракой. Но сейчас чуть по-профессионально подходим. И мне нравится это. Сейчас чувствую себя отлично. Думаю, должен быть лучший Хамзат, который был в клетке.
Роберт Whittaker последний раз проигрывал сабмишином 13 лет назад, это было еще за пределами UFC. Есть ли у тебя, знаешь, такая цель, может быть, для себя, стать первым человеком, которому получится удосрочить Роберта Whittakera на земле?
Цель победить, так, цель сабмишином или нокаутом, мне без разницы. Самое главное зайти туда и давить этого парня, пока что он не сломается. Там какая победа не была, мне без разницы.
Ассаламу алейкум, Хамзат. С 1 ноября вступят в силу обновленные правила, согласно которым можно бить локтями 12-6 по прямой линии. Так, например, можно бить локтем в область виска. А даст ли это какое-то преимущество тебе в боях, потому что ты доминируешь как раз в партере?
Конечно, для всех будет лучше. Для борцов будет лучший вариант, который добивать можно. И можно травмировать ребят, но, к сожалению, спорт такой. Можно кого-то, если висок, я не знаю, зачем ведут этот для виска опасное место, которое бить локтем еще. Ну, наверное, им виднее. Не знаю.
Артур Бетербиев поразил людей, как умеет одной рукой крутить 20-килограммовый гриф для штанги. Вы с Артуром примерно одного веса, а смог бы ты также прокрутить гриф?
Гриф не знаю, но людей я крутить умею.
Assalamu alaikum, Hamzat.
Alaikum salam.
How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Hamza, a few of your critics have said, look, Hamza in the beginning was fighting 2 fights in 10 days, super hungry, super aggressive. Now he's famous, he's rich, he's done really well, he's made the UAE his home. He's not as motivated as he used to be, he's not the hungry wolf. What do you have to say to those people who hold that opinion?
Money is not changing the people, you become the same you are, man. So I'm same Hamzat I've been before. So the people think like if you change the clothes, if you change get the money and you get the, no, you stay same man. So whatever is changing your life, I'm Hamzat.
Best of luck today, Hamza.
Khamzat, to your left. We are all used to you with your old haircut. Are you willing to cut your hair before the fight, or this is a new version of Khamzat?
I don't know, many people asking about me, why you don't shave your hair, man. But if hair helps, man, should Artega will be best fighter in the world.
No, you look good like this
He
too.
has a long hair, man.
Good luck.
So, thank you.
Хамзат, салам алейкум. Справа от тебя. Чувствуешь ли ты дополнительную ответственность, учитывая тот факт, что вот с августа месяца чеченские спортсмены достигли там, ну, в мире там, небывалых высот, там, Разамбек Джамалов, Бетербиев, соответственно, вот, Бахрам недавно выиграл. Давит ли это дополнительно на тебя, потому что, ну, как бы, нужно не ударить в грязь лицом, что называется, и вот марку соответствовать, поддерживать?
Нет, конечно, мне это радует и мотивирует эти ребята. Я видел все бои, Бахрам тоже нокаутом выиграл, и олимпийский чемпион у нас стал, и Артур Бетербиев, такого СНГ, такого боксера, даже и в мире не было. Они спели такого 7 поясов. Для меня это мотивация, не давит никак. И победа и поражение от Всевышнего, мы это понимаем, поэтому мы спокойны.
Хамзат, мы тебя впервые видим в очках на пресс-конференции. Расскажи, это новый образ или что-то со зрением случилось?
Нет, никакой новый образ, просто мне, когда читаю, и двоится в правом глазу, поэтому так. Ну, у меня это давно было, просто не хотел носить очки. Ну, сейчас уже доктор сказал, надо носить.
И еще по поводу Артура Бетербиева. Разговаривал ли ты с ним после боя с Дмитрием Биволом и было ли какое-то наставление от него возможно?
Ну, наставление, когда мы виделись, что он мне давал, ну, такой чемпион, такой с таким багажом, может научить тебя многому. Я еще новый в этом спорте, ну, в сравнении с ним, можно сказать. Ну, я просто поздравил, ответил на это и все.
Hello, hands up. Okay, what's your opinion of Ilia Topuria, like a champion, as a fighter?
A great champ. That's it.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm paying a ticket. I got a fine for speeding. Yeah.
How much is a fine in Abu Dhabi?
195 AED.
That's all right.
That's Sorry. They said pay it immediately. I don't want to go to jail.
Especially here.
Okay, we're good.
Dan, I think when people were expecting you to step in short notice, on 4 hours notice, your next fight would be something of a reward, and now people are looking at you getting this vicious contender as if you're somehow not being rewarded, but I imagine this is exactly what you want, right? The toughest fights to propel you up the rankings.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the perspective, but, you know, I see this as a reward. You know, I get to fight a guy above me in the rankings. Yes, he's undefeated. He's been tested against some, you know, worthy contenders, but I don't know. It comes down to self-belief. I have belief in myself and in my team and the game plan that I believe we have the game plan to beat them. And, you know, that's the beauty of the sport. Odds and all that aside, like anything can happen in MMA. So I'm going to look to go out there and be the first person to beat Lonnie Murphy, and I truly believe I could do so.
I think sometimes in MMA, these wild things happen that sort of cement a guy in fans' mind. Since you took that fight on a few hours' notice, have you felt a new level of respect from the fans? You're always a fan favourite, but now do you think you'll be remembered forever as the guy who could step in on any moment's notice?
Definitely, you know, to receive, you know, the attention from the fans, the media, you know, I definitely feel the love. Doesn't change anything about me. It is nice, you know, it's nice to get that recognition. You know, all my close friends and family know that about me, but now the whole world knows that about me, that I'm just, you know, a gamer. This is my life. I dedicate my life to the sport, and just my life as a martial artist, training day in, day out. It's a stay ready mentality, and when opportunity knocks, you know, you got to be ready.
When you bumped into Volkanovski, was there a little bit of like, haha, I went in like shorter notice than you?
Yeah, no, we joked about it. We talked about all the memes. That's why we took that picture. It was kind of cool, you know. We did that little collab post. I respect Volk a lot, but yeah, we were talking about that. Just both of us having to fight each other, but none of us get any time or notice. We'll just randomly find out that we're fighting, and I don't know, it's all jokes.
They just call you on Saturday morning and say, hey, you two are up today?
Yeah, we're fighting. Hey, you guys are fighting. Yeah, exactly.
Lerone Murphy, obviously incredibly athletic, explosive, great striker. When you look at him, where do you find success compared to his skills?
You know, I believe we're pretty similar in a lot of ways as far as, you know, our abilities to fight out of both stances. He's a little longer, you know, a little more methodical with his movements and his feints. I definitely believe there's a pretty big power differential. You know, I'm not going to go out there and, you know, look to only land big power shots, but I think you'll see that difference in the fight, though. You know, when I hit him versus when he hits me. It's going to be a great fight. I can't wait to go out there and test myself against a guy like Lerone. I have a huge, you know, we're the same in age. A lot of people talk about him as this like young killer up and comer, but you know, we're both 33 years old. He's got six or seven fights in the UFC. This is my 18th fight in the UFC, and I fought nothing but high level competition. So I think that'll play a fair part into the fight. You know, just experience. I've gone 3 rounds. I've gone 5 rounds. I know not to let the moment get too big in my head. You know, I know how to live in the moment, and I'm excited, man. It's going to be a great fight.
Hey, Dad. Dad, over here. One question from me. We had Max Holloway here, not this one, the one before. And I said to him, look, when we talk about the lineage of BMF, there's not much more BMF action than taking Lopez on 4 hours notice during a massage. What do you think about the idea of Hawaiian v. Hawaiian for the BMF? And he said that would be a great fight, and he's up for it. What do you have to say to that?
That's crazy. That's what we do. You know, we growing up in Hawaii, even friends, we fight each other. You know, growing up in school, that's just kind of how we solved our problems. You know, I don't have I love Max. He's a great guy, but you know, he's the blessed man forever. You know, BMF, whatever you want to call it. I have nothing but respect for him. But if you know that comes on the table one day, you know, you never know. Anything can happen.
Good luck this weekend, champ.
Thanks.
Down to your left. Should we expect another 50K this Saturday?
At least, man. At least 50K. I wanna go out there and do something great. I wanna raise the bar. Not saying they need to increase bonuses, but I think there should be a tier system to bonuses. You know, like a rear naked choke is like, okay, that's 50K. A sweet one punch walk off KO, maybe that's 75 or 100. I don't know. I'm gonna go out there and plan to do something great, and you guys all get to find out Saturday.
What is it, a flying knee?
Flying knee, that's a good one. Yeah, flying knee, that's a good 125.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Dan, you made a post this week on Instagram. You said, "Listen, man, when I'm having fun, that's when I'm at my best in the octagon." So realistically, like, what does having fun in the octagon look like for you this weekend?
Dude, dude, that was weird. I heard someone whisper like right behind me. I think having fun is all about being in the moment. You look at my last fight, like taking that fight on short notice, there was no time to think about it. I was having fun. I was in the moment, and that's when I'm truly at my best. You know, last time out here in Abu Dhabi, I literally locked myself in a hotel room. I didn't leave, and all I thought about was, you know, killing my opponent. And it was Calvin Cater, and he was out there riding jet skis, going to Formula One tracks, and I'm just like, look at this guy. He's not even serious. He's not focused on the fight. And you know, over time, you learn to just truly embrace these moments and create memories with your team, with your family, and you know, that's what this is all about. I truly just feel I'm in a really good spot mentally. You know, I know how to embrace the moment. I know I try to separate myself from the outcome as much as possible. As bad as I want to win, that's not what it's all about. It's about going out there and improving to myself, you know, that I am one of the best and that I can be. I don't know. When you're not in the moment, you're not present. You're a little step behind. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I'm just gonna look to go out there and have some fun and shine and be my best.
And then I know Diego's kind of here as the backup for the main event, but has there ever been any thought in the back of your mind, like, man, if anything were to happen to Lerone, like, is that invitation out there to Diego?
I literally thought about that. You know, even when I was flying here in the plane, like there was some news that Murphy fell out, but Diego's the backup fighter for the title fight. But I mean, yeah, he could also be the backup fighter for this fight. But you know, I have high hopes. Murphy's gonna make it. I've seen him around the hotel. He looks good. He looks healthy, and it's gonna be a war.
Then over here, left to you. Hey, I wanna ask you about the Ilia Topuria. I'm not asking you about the outcome of the fight because you're gonna support your fellow Holloway, I'm pretty sure. But what do you think about Ilia, especially because, as far as I know, you were supposed to fight Ilia in 2022 at the end. At least that was the sources was talking about in the social media. And what do you think about Ilia?
I mean, he's had a fast rise. I think he's really good. You know, he's a champ for a reason. I don't think there's any flukes. You know, people will say, well, you know, Volk fought too soon. No, he beat Volk, and he beat a lot of good guys on the way. He beat Emmett in a 5-round barn burner, and he's skilled, man. He could fight. He could take the fight anywhere, on the ground, on the feet, on the ground. He has one-punch knockout power. And he just seems to be just in tune of what he's doing, you know. I think him and I would make a great fight one day, you know. But yeah.
Thank you so much.
Dan, over here, how are you? After UFC 303 with Diego Lopez, Dana White said that he's ready to do anything for you. You respond that you want to fight at Noche UFC, so did you have any chance to fight in the Sphere, and are you disappointed that it didn't happen?
You know, I wasn't too caught up on that. There was some small talks that night. You know, I talked to Sean Shelby in the back, and it all came down to matchups, right? You know, being a Mexican Independence Day, they wanted to fill the card with Mexicans, so I had to find a Mexican opponent. I was ready to fight anyone. We asked for Yair. That was probably the biggest fight. But he wasn't ready until November, December, and then we asked for a couple other guys. I know I was scheduled to fight Chepe when my other opponent got hurt, and that just didn't work out. But it is what it is. We got Lonnie Murphy, Abu Dhabi, huge card, UFC 308. It's stacked from top to bottom, and I'm on the main card, so no complaints.
Dan, right here. I know your drive to fight is pretty much unmatched, and you don't really need any extra motivation, but to see what Francis Ngannou did last weekend, your teammate, was that like an emotional or physical lift in any way for you?
Definitely, man. That was huge. That was a huge win, not only for him, but for me, my whole entire team, for Eric, and just, you know, coming here, bringing great energy. We're all super excited. We're happy for him. We're happy for the team. And if anything, that just, it helped to add fuel to the fire. And, you know, now it's my turn to go out there, and I have a chance to do something great. So here we are.
And I'm sure you've heard this one before, but Lonnie Murphy says he's going to be the first person to finish you. Is that just like old hat at this point when these guys say this?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys had their chance to be the one. I went in there with the heaviest hitters. You know, I've faced the best of the best. Everyone can be beaten. Everyone has a chance. I can be beaten, obviously. I could be finished. I get, you know, I lose rounds in the gym. I've been submitted. It is what it is. But when it's time to, you know, when that cage door closes, you know, it's a different story. I'm not easy to finish. So, thanks.
Translate, Robert.
Rob, over here. Obviously, you were originally scheduled to fight Hamzat back in the summer in Saudi. Before that, he had to pull out, so relatively close. So it's essentially two back-to-back camps for the same guy. Has this just kind of felt like just one long fight camp for the same person, or have you been able to separate it and, you know, take some downtime before you reset?
I guess like during my camps, I don't really focus too heavily on like my opponent specifically. So we cater the training to counter and to work niches that'll work in the fight. But we don't. It's not like a foolproof game plan. That's why I was able to adapt to the last minute change last fight, was because we're very flexible and open-ended with our training and preparation. Mate, this whole year, like I've been fortunate enough and blessed enough to be able to be pretty active this year. This year's felt like a whole camp. Like
I was going to ask that, but I'll ask it now. Like in the past, you know, you've taken time off, you've had injuries and stuff, but like you said, you've been very active this year. So how's the last year treated you? And just, you know, you've been able to stay healthy and just continue to go from these big fights to big fights again?
Yeah, no, it's been great. It's been really great, you know, and I'm blessed to have been in a position to be able to do so. I like to be this active if possible. Obviously, due to injury and other circumstances, I wasn't able to be as active as I would have liked. But I think the back-to-back camps, the things that have changed in the training, the things that have changed outside of the gym, they're just all kind of leading itself to where I'm at today.
Was there any concern that he wouldn't make it this time?
That he wouldn't make it?
Yeah.
I didn't worry about it, you know. They're pretty quick with filling out the spots.
He has said that, you know, he's reunited with some of his old coaches. He's moved his training camp around. He has this new scientific approach. So he's not just training to exhaustion at all points. Are you expecting maybe a different Hamzat, or is it like, you know, the stuff that he does, he's very good at, he won't change. It's just the approach he's taking, maybe not to be exhausted and get sick as much as he did in the past?
I guess I'm not really focusing too much on him. I don't think about him too much. I get asked a lot of questions about Chimaev, this, Chimaev that. I don't think about it. Like, you know, he's not on my mind very much. I am expecting him to come out hard and aggressive from the first second to the last, okay? And I have prepared accordingly for that. I've prepared for the hardest fight of my life, to start extremely hard, like sprinting for the first 5 to 10 minutes, but also drag it out to 5 minutes. I'm ready to sprint for 25 minutes if so. And yeah, I come here for war.
Your coach in the countdown said, I think his phrase was, Hamzat's looking for Rob's leg, Rob's looking for his chin. Has that been kind of, I know you don't think about him specifically, but has that been kind of the mindset as like a team?
I look to go into this fight hunting him, much like I planned to last fight. I look to do again this fight. I'm the hunter in this fight. I'm the predator, and I'm going to be looking for him.
And after the Dricus's win in Perth, he was asked, who do you think deserves the next shot? And he said, he interrupted the question. He said, Robert Whittaker probably deserves the next shot over Sean Strickland, but he's obviously probably fighting Sean, and you're fighting Hamzat. Was there any, talks or hope that maybe you would just get the title shot instead of having to go through Hamzat?
Doesn't bother me. I've never really let things that I can't control affect how I feel or, what I'm doing. I'm here to fight. This is what I get paid to do. This is how I put bread on the table for my family. This is my duty to my family, so here I am.
Last one for me. Can you just get your thoughts on the main event between Ilia and Max?
Mate, it's going to be a stellar fight. I'm excited for it. I find it very hard to tip against Max at any time, just because it's Max, right? But Topuria would have to be his hardest challenge to date, I reckon. Topuria's skill set is probably probably the highest caliber in the division at the moment, So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Like I said, hard to tip against Max, but Topuria's, no one thought he could do what he did last fight.
Rob, it seems like every time you get a fight lined up, the UFC announces an Australia event, like a strangely weird timeline, like away. When you look at that February show, do you want to be on it? Is there a chance maybe you can take Sean Strickland's title shot and fight Dricus there? What are your thoughts when you look at that February date?
I don't know why it is, but everyone asks me the same question. If there is a card that is just after Christmas, it is a so-so. Like, it's 50-50, because I've got Christmas. And to be honest, my family deserves a bit of time off. Whilst I'm the one going through the camps, they have to put up with me. And, I haven't fought as much as I have this year in a while, so they've had to put up with me. Camp Rob for a fair bit. Camp Rob's no fun.
I think you had said in another interview, like, you feel this was one of the best camps of your life, and you're just feeling like you're firing on all cylinders. Is that a product of kind of parlaying the work from the last time right into this?
Not just the last one, the entire year. Since the Dricus loss, and I kind of had a bit of a wake-up call. I made some changes. Inside, outside the gym, we just sat down and we ripped in. We worked hard. We worked harder than ever, and you can see the results of that work show itself in every fight this year. Every fight I've gotten better. I've started to back myself more. The confidence I take in the victories that I've had. Mate, I'm coming into this fight all cylinders firing.
And with Hamzat's fights, it's kind of been a tale of two stories. Either finishes the guy really quick, or we've seen him go the distance those two times, and he has looked fatigued. He said in here earlier that he thinks in this first 5-rounder he can push that pace for all 5. Are you curious to find out if that's possible? Because a lot of people look at those Usman and Burns fights, and the idea of him going 2 more rounds seems like it would be a lot.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire it off for 25 minutes. And if he wants to sprint with me, let's go.
Hey Rob, how you doing?
Where are you?
Over here.
Oh, yeah.
Rob, there aren't many fighters in the UFC who are defined by being a family man, right? If you ask me, I'd say it's you and Stipe. We just want to hear a little bit more about, that is the defining feature of Robert Whittaker. How do you get to a point where you can disconnect that? Because that is really what you're all about, and then do what it is that you do, and then come back to it and turn us down for February when we're trying to get you for a post-Christmas fight, mate.
Yeah, I guess a big part of it was all about like redefining drives and goals, right? I've been in the UFC for a long time. You don't see a lot of fighters stay in the UFC for as long as I have at the caliber and the level that I've been at. And I think I owe a lot of that to just being able to look, being able to redefine my goals, find my drives. When I started my career, I didn't even have kids. So the introduction of kids during that period is it's mind-blowing. Anyone that has kids will understand. It changes you. And I think a lot of fighters struggle with change, because they've had whatever has given them success at the beginning. They don't want to change. Like, I'm like that. I don't like changing anything fight week. But I've made those changes to my family, understanding what is important in life. I have my priorities straight. And I guess to sum it up, like, I understand what I'm fighting for. I fight for my family. It wouldn't make sense not to spend time with them, at the cost of fighting,
Well, just a little bit more on that, and I'll leave it with you at that one. Australia obviously claims you. New Zealand also claims you, right? So you've got the whole Southern Cross looking to this fight and looking for you. And how do you carry that into what you do, especially when you're fighting away from home in places like Saudi, now the UAE? How do you carry that with you?
I'm very proud of where I live, the country I was raised in. I was very proud of the country that I was born in. I'm proud of the Māori blood that runs through my veins. I'm proud of being an Australian. And, I feel like the spotlight that's on me, the attention that is given me, I owe it, to be respectful, to set a good example, to be a good role model to my countries.
Best of luck, champ.
Rob, over the left. Hello. I want to ask you, sir, about that you left a big marks through your career, faced many opponents and the big names and the historical fights, and what it means for you to be called a future Hall of Famer for you.
I guess it's kind of like the cherry on top, right? It's like the icing on the cake. I've always, a big driving point in my career has just been about trying to perfect my craft, become one of the best combat athletes who have ever lived, and I feel like I've done that, but I'm still kind of chipping away at that. I feel like the best years are still ahead of me. I'm finally just falling into a bit of a groove. But yeah, I guess it's kind of just acknowledgement that what I've done was for something, that what I've done has been recognized, I guess, like cherry on top.
And which of your fights would you like to see in a Hall of Fame from your previous fights?
Oh mate, that second Yoel Romero fight was mate, it took the life out of me. That was a good one.
And
hard to think of any other fight bar that. That one was hard.
And one last from me. The many fighters find it fun to use the video games as a relaxation through the fight camps. How about you? How good is it for you to play the video games through your fight camp?
Oh mate, it's not just fight camps. I play video games all the time, 24/7. It's as much as my kids and wife allow me, right? It's more than just relaxation for me. It's kind of just like, it's a big part of who I am. And I like just like simply, it's easier to not think about food if you're engaged in a game. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty hungry right now.
And to follow up, you mentioned that Demetrius Johnson also plays the video games. Which video game you would like to play against him?
Against him?
Yeah.
I don't really play online games. It's very hard to play online games with kids.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Robert, to your left.
Роберт, в твоей карьере был единственный бой с непобежденным бойцом до Хамзата Чимаева с Исраилем Адесани, ваш первый бой. Влияет ли как-то нолик в графе поражений твоего соперника психологически на тебя?
Before Hamzat, there was only one other undefeated fighter that you fought, Israel Adesanya. Does it matter that there's a 0 across their record when you fight them, your opponent?
No. Like it's, mate, everybody was undefeated at some point. And yeah, I don't really look at records anyway.
Нет, вообще никак не влияет. В какое-то время кто-то обязательно был непобежденный, поэтому я совсем не смотрю на их рекорд.
Хамзат Чимаев антропометрически очень необычный боец, он высокий, плюс очень хорошо борется. Вот я смотрю сейчас на твоих спарринг-партнеров, на твою команду, и не вижу там высокого, такого сухого какого-то борца.
By physicality, he's a very uncomfortable opponent. He's tall. He's a really good wrestler. I'm looking right now at your team, and I don't see anybody who can replicate him. How do you feel about that?
I train with tall guys at home. I just didn't bring them with me.
Я тренируюсь с высокими пацанами дома, но они просто не приехали сегодня.
И последний от меня вопрос, его передал Вадим Тихомиров с Матч ТВ. Если прямо сейчас Хамзат Чимаев и Икрам Алискеров проведут реванш, кто выиграет на взгляд Роберта?
Last question from the Russian TV media channel Match TV. If right now Hamzat Chimaev and Ikram Aliskerov will do a rematch, who will win?
Mate, I don't know. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, fights are funny, especially with the small gloves. You don't know what's going to happen. It's that's what makes the sport so exciting to begin with. It's dynamic. It's very hard. It's very unpredictable. You know?
Я не знаю, что сказать. Это очень смешной спорт, потому что каждый раз ничего одинакового не бывает. Каждый бой, каждый по-разному. Это маленькие перчатки, это очень динамичный спорт, поэтому я не могу сказать.
Роберт, приветствую. Хамзат Чимаев, чеченец из Чечни. Вот вопрос такой, с чем у тебя ассоциируется Чечня?
Hamzat Chimaev is a Chechen from Chechnya. The question is, when you hear the word Chechnya, what kind of association do you get?
I'm sorry, my geography is terrible. Like, terrible. Like, I'm not even going to sit here and pretend I know half of the places up here. Like, I live at the arse end of the world, you know, in Australia, and honestly, I'm a bit of a wombat. I don't really expand my horizons too much.
Я очень извиняюсь, но у меня очень туго с географией, если по правде. Поэтому половину вообще мест в мире я совсем не знаю. Я живу в очень далеком месте, я живу в Австралии, поэтому я не особо расширяю свои диапазоны. Я как бы то, что я знаю, я знаю.
То есть, правильно понимаю, он не стал гуглить, там что-то изучать, просто оставил это дело.
So am I correct to understand that you never Googled it, you never learned about where he's from and all that stuff?
Correct.
Правильно понимаешь.
Да, and the last one, sir. Знаешь ли ты, кто такой Буайсар Сайтиев? Просто интересно.
Кто такой?
Буайсар Сайтиев.
Do you know who Whittaker Sartiev is?
Sorry, no.
Нет, простите.
Robert, to your left, it's very nice having you here in Abu Dhabi. Did you or Chimaev or even the UFC push to make this co-main event a 5-rounder?
I don't know. I'm sorry, mate. I don't know.
So you did not ask it
for 5 rounds?
Yeah.
Why would I do that? Like, 5 rounds is so much harder than 3 rounds, right? I know I've had a lot of them, but they're not fun. Yeah, it kind of just worked out this way. But I don't know. I'm in the fight game. If you want me to fight for 3 rounds, 5 rounds, 10 rounds, I'm going to train for it, prepare for it, and I'll turn up.
Because as you know, the past 2 fights for Chimaev, he looked very tired at the end of every round against Usman and against Gilbert. And I think against you, this will not work, especially when it's a 5-round.
It's hard to say. It's like he's had such success with his like really hard starting fighting approach. Okay, regardless whether he gassed or not, he still won those fights pretty handily, and then it was due to the amount of dominance he had in those first rounds. Now, I'm expecting the best version of himself. I'm expecting a guy that comes out hard and a guy that will last. Okay, I've prepared for it. I've trained for it because I'm not going to train thinking that if I get out of the first round, it's game over. You know, I'm preparing for the best version he can offer me, a super soldier, and yeah, I've done that.
So we'd love to watch you fight forever, Rob. Don't ever retire, please.
Thanks, mate.
Hi, Robert. Yusuf here to your right. Yeah, Khamzat, when he was here, he said that you know how to lose. For him, he is undefeated. He doesn't know how to lose. What do you think you bring differently to the table, especially that all the fighters before you who fought Khamzat, they know that he's a wrestler. He will go and shoot from the beginning and keep pressuring. What do you think you have differently to overcome that?
Mate, experience. I'm good at what I do. I'm a different fighter than he's fought before. And I guess maybe the fact that I know how to lose, gives me strength, gives me a reason why I don't like being there, why I don't want to, why I don't want that to be my reality. It sucks. So I'm going to go out there and I'm going to give him a taste of it.
Last question. The fight between Khamzat and Kamaru Uthman, if it was 5 rounds, who do you think would have won that one?
Mate, Whittaker's is tricky, but Usman was catching up. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
Rob, hi, over here. Your career has been remarkable, I'm pretty sure you will agree, in the way that you've been able to stay on top of the division, in this case middleweight division, for almost 10 years basically. And so it kind of looks like when you take a look at your record, you fought the previous generation, your generation basically, and now Khamzat is kind of can be viewed as the representative of the next generation of mixed martial artists. So my question is, to what do you attribute such a remarkable longevity?
I guess I mentioned it before, it was the reevaluating goals and drives, changing along with life. Because a lot of guys don't want to change what works for them, but like I mentioned earlier, 10 years ago I'm a very different guy than what I was there. And, I've changed accordingly, for the better. I think I'm a much better fighter than I was 10 years ago. And, yeah, I'm only getting better.
Can you give an example of the changes that you've made, something specific?
A lot of it's mental. It's mentality. It's changing goals and drives and really understanding what drives you. And, you can say what drives you, but if you don't feel it here, if you don't understand it here, you know. But there's a lot of things. There's most of it's mental, but some of it's also just physical. Like I don't drink soft drink anymore. How much of a difference that makes? I don't know. But I'm stronger for it, I reckon. Because I want soft drink. Really bad. But I don't let myself have it. Now I'm stronger.
Well, I think some of us can be jealous of such a resilience.
Iron fortitude.
Yeah, definitely. So you said that you reevaluated what drives you, and what drives you now, like today?
My family. I'm going to use the word again, duty. And that's a strong word if you understand what it means. It's my duty to be there on Saturday night, to turn up and to fight Chimaev the best of my ability for 25 minutes. I am not leaving this country without doing that, no matter what. This is my duty to my family, and I'm here to do that.
Well, best of luck with that.
Cool. Thank you.
Magomed, obviously you have a fight this Saturday night, but it seems the man everyone wants to talk to you about is the champion, Alex Pereira. Do you believe you should be fighting him as your next fight instead of Rakic on Saturday?
Понятное дело, что у тебя в субботу будет бой, но почему-то все хотят с тобой говорить именно про Перейру. Кажется ли тебе, что по чесноку ты должен вообще биться с Перейро, а не с Рачичем?
Ну, честно говоря, мне уже не хочется говорить о Перейре. Ну, раз вопросы задают, мне приходится отвечать, так как я нацелен на свой бой. Мне нужно будет биться в субботу, показать себя. Поэтому как-то так, да.
You know, to be honest, I don't want to keep talking about Pereira, but people keep asking me questions about Pereira. So, you know, if they ask me, then I have to answer. But really, I'm focused on my fight. I'm worried about the opponent in front of me. I'm out there. I'm looking to win, and something like that.
I'll only ask you one more about the champion then. You recently said that he does voodoo stuff. I wondered if you could maybe expand on that and what you meant by it.
Только один еще вопрос тогда спрошу про Алекса, раз ты отвечаешь на них. Ты недавно сказал, что он занимается каким-то шаманством. Что ты имел в виду? Почему ты сказал, что он шаман? Колдовством каким-то?
Ну, как мы просто видим, как он красит себя, как он ведет себя там. По этим можно, да, назвать так, а так. Ничего такого нет в этом.
You know, just because I see the way he paints himself, the way he kind of does these different things or whatever, so maybe because of that, we based it on that, but that's not something specific.
Nothing supernatural then?
Ничего супер какого-то, супер сверхъестественного, нет?
Ну, если даже есть, это на меня не действует, так как мне это все равно.
Even if it's there, it doesn't bother me because I don't care about it.
In terms of your opponent this Saturday night, what does he do well? And do you believe he's extra motivated to play spoiler to your own title aspirations?
Насчет твоего соперника в субботу, как ты думаешь, какие у него хорошие аспекты в нем? И не кажется ли тебе, что он собирается испортить твой план быть следующим бойцом за чемпионский титул?
Конечно, каждый, кто выходит против меня, хотят меня выиграть. Ну, как клетка закроется, они понимают, что это не так легко. А в общем, мы будем делать свое, чтобы удосрочить его. А как он думает, что он планирует, мне абсолютно не интересно.
You know, every fighter that comes out against me, they all come out there with the thought of winning, all right, or getting one victory over me. But when the cage closes, somehow things don't go the same way that they plan to do it. For me, I'm sharp. I'm ready to do what I need to do, implement my game plan, and then we'll see what happens in the fight.
Magomed, over here. You also tweeted that you thought Rakic would be your toughest opponent, even against the champion. So I guess what is it about Alex that makes him your toughest opponent?
Также сказал, что Рачич, скорее всего, написал в Твиттере, что Рачич, скорее всего, твой самый сложный оппонент, твой самый сложный соперник, даже, наверное, более чем чемпион. Почему ты считаешь, что для тебя Алекс такой сложный соперник?
Алекс, я бы не сказал, что он настолько сложный. Мы понимаем, что он может биться в стойке, и у него есть борьба. Он это показывал в своих боях. Поэтому у чемпиона есть одна ударка, и все, мы его не увидели в борьбе, на что он способен.
You know, it's not like he's like that tough, but the fact is he's well-rounded. He does have striking, he does have the ground game, right? When it comes to the champion, he's just got the strikes, right? And we know those strikes, and we haven't seen him wrestle ever.
You also, you've engaged in a lot of fighters online, on Twitter, which you know normally, we never saw you engage in these Twitter arguments. I'm curious, where did this Magomed come from that is all of a sudden, you know, responding to people and tweeting at people so much since your last fight?
Ты также очень активно стал отвечать и как бы вступать в какие-то споры на Твиттере с очень многими разными бойцами. До этого мы такого тебя не видели. Ты можешь объяснить, откуда такой новый Магомед появился, который вступает в споры, отвечает людям в Твиттере и так далее?
Ну, приходится отвечать, так как я уже уже, можно сказать, года 2 жду титульного боя. И мы решили активно отвечать каждому, кто бросит вызов, кто хочет биться тоже. Но сейчас, можно сказать, все двери открыты, так что мы будем идти вперед и переезжать всех, кто станет на моем пути.
You know, we decided that we have to be much more vocal than we were before because it's been like what, 2 years that I've been waiting for a title fight. So now we figured that if people are throwing some kind of comment towards me, we have to comment back. If people are calling us out, then we have to call them back out or accept their call outs. So we have to keep moving forward, and you have to do it by being more vocal.
You also tweeted Chael Sonnen a lot. What is it about Chael?
Ты также очень много про Chael Sonnen в Твиттере говорил. Почему Chael Sonnen? Почему про него?
Не знаю.
It's not like I said anything specific about him.
Мухаммад.
I think Chael was just being complimentary of you, and you responded with, you know, you're right. I am the best striker and stuff like that.
По-моему, он тебе ответил комплимент, что ты лучший ударник в своем дивизионе, и ты ответил, что да, он прав, я лучший ударник.
Ну, мы ответили, когда вопрос когда сказали, что он лучший ударник, мы ответили, да, он прав, да. В общем, а так по отношению к нему я бы ничего не говорил, насколько я помню. Мы просто наоборот благодарили, все.
Yeah, we just agreed with him. He said that I'm the best striker, and we replied that, yeah, I am the best striker. That's really the only thing I said. It's not like I said anything bad towards him.
And then just last one for me. Can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Ilia and Max?
И последний вопрос, если можешь, проговори, как ты думаешь про главное событие на этом карде? Макс Holloway против Ильи Topuria. Какие у тебя ощущения по этому бою?
Это очень интересный бой. Очень тяжело сказать, кто выиграет, но я думаю, что Topuria выиграет.
You know, it's a very interesting fight. It's very hard to predict who's going to win, but I think it's going to be Topuria.
Muhammad, right here. If you win this fight, it would be a 13-fight unbeaten streak, and only John Jones has had a longer run in this division. Is it a title shot or bust after this? Like, if for some reason they want to go a different direction, would you ever consider taking anything else, or are you 100% committed to the title shot?
Если ты выигрываешь бой в субботу, у тебя получается 13-я подряд победа. Единственный один человек, который в этой дивизии получал больше побед, это Джон Джонс. Если ты выигрываешь этот бой, дальше только титульный бой, и ты ничего другого принимать не будешь, или ты готов драться дальше, принимать другие бои?
Ну, это как решить UFC. Так как мне сказали, что после этого боя я получу титульный шанс, поэтому у меня мотивация, можно сказать, на вершине. Если будет такое, что мне не дадут, ну, мы будем по-любому двигаться вперед. Кого дадут, того надо будет хрустнуть, скажем так.
You know, it's up to the UFC. I was pretty much told that with this win, I'm next in line for the title. So that's what I hope is going to happen. But, you know, if for some reason I don't get the title shot and somebody else is put in front of me, then I'm going to have to get there and I'm going to have to crash that person in order to get to the title shot.
Мухаммад, салам алейкум. Ты сказал, что хочешь финишировать Ракича, а вот если все-таки бой пройдет всю дистанцию, ну, как бы, неужели ты не думаешь, что тебе все-таки дадут все-таки титул? Или тебе сказал Дана Уайт только в случае там, досрочной победы?
You said that you want to finish Rakic, and if you win, you will get the title shot. And what happens if it goes all 3 rounds? Do you think that you'll still be able to get the title shot, or were you told that title shot only with the finish?
Нет, мне нету такого, чтобы я должен его досрочить. Если его досрочить, дают титульник, такого нету. Дана сказала, что если я выступлю хорошо, покажу себя, то будет титульный шанс. Но мы по-любому в этом бою будем искать финиш.
No, it wasn't a condition that it's a finish and a title. I just was told by Dana that it has to be a good fight. I have to show myself well, and then I'll get a title shot.
Мухаммад, а ты будешь в этом бою более осторожным, чтобы не получилось того, что было в октябре прошлого года, когда там с Уокером такая то ли запрещенный удар был, то ли что было, так непонятно, и еще на 3-4 месяца все отложилось, скажем так.
Will you be more careful in this fight so it doesn't play out the same way it played out with Johnny Walker in last October or whenever that was, when something happened and there was another 3 or 4 month where you had to wait because of a foul shot or a bad punch or something? So will you try and be more careful?
Да, конечно, я буду очень осторожен, чтобы не допустить ошибки, чтобы не было такого запрещенных ударов. Я думаю, мы покажем свою чистую работу и сделаем свою работу отлично.
Yeah, I'll try and make sure to avoid any kind of mistakes, any kind of fouls. I think that we're prepared for it, and we're going to make sure to show clean, good fight and do our job.
Магомед, салам алейкум. Вот у тебя в кофейне в Махачкале стоит стаканчик, куда кладут деньги, и там написано «На лечение Алексу Перейре». Понравилась ли тебе эта идея, кто ее придумал? И если бы ты был бы посетителем, сколько бы скинул туда денег в этот стаканчик из своего кармана?
In a coffee shop in Mahachkala, there's a jar that says for medication for Alex Pereira. Did you enjoy that idea? And if you would go to that coffee shop, how much money would you put into that jar?
Такой тяжелый вопрос. Не знаю, у меня есть там, которые управляют этим кофейнем. Они придумали, я даже не интересовался, по-моему, там просто я увидел это на фотках, гуляла там тут, что там собирают на лечение. Ну, если там нужда будет на ему лечение, я думаю, то, что в кармане, все закинул бы туда.
You know, I didn't even know who came up with it. I was walking around and I saw a photo that they have something like that going on there. But you know, if I'm around and whatever money I have in my pocket, I will throw into that jar, and I'm sure I'll be able to give him some money for his medication.
Вот сколько раз мы слышали, что Магомед, безусловно, крутой боец, но слаб в медийке, мол, мало говорит, нет трэш-тока, но ведь этого и не скажешь об Алексе. Он же, по сути, не умеет говорить по-английски и также не многословен. Вот почему, тем не менее, вокруг него такая аура, а вокруг тебя вот такой ауры нет?
You know, they say that everybody says and everybody agrees that you're a great fighter, but you're not very good at trash talk and you're not very big in the media. But if you think about it, it's the same really with Alex, right? He kind of doesn't speak English either, you know, he doesn't do too much trash talking. So why is it that there's so much hype and this big aura around him and there isn't one around you?
Потому что он бился на вес ниже и был чемпионом. Как бы мы знаем, UFC ценят своих чемпионов. После этого он перешел на мой дивизион и там побил, можно сказать, пару ударников. Из-за того, что он чемпион, по этой причине, наверное, да.
You know, he was a weight class below and he ended up being a champ there, and we know how UFC loves their champions, and then he went up to my weight class and, you know, he beat a couple of strikers and now he's a champion here, and I think because he's a champion, that's why there's all the talk and all the hype.
Полутяжелый дивизион UFC ворвался Артем Вахитов. Несет ли он угрозу всему дивизиону, в частности тебе?
Now in your same division, there's a new striker, a new player in the game, Artem Vahitov. Is he a threat to the entire division, and is he a threat to you specifically?
Я не чувствую в этом дивизионе угрозу. Может быть, мы можем даже перейти на тяжелый, там сделать угрозу.
I don't feel any threat in this division. I think that we can even go up a division and be a threat there.
Говоря про угрозу в полутяжелом весе, нельзя не вспомнить анонсированный бой Никиты Крылова и Азамата Мурзаканова. С Никитой ты уже встречался. Есть какой-то прогноз или как думаешь, кто сильнее в этом противостоянии?
Speaking about threat, there's a new fight in the light heavyweight division that's been announced. Nikita Krylov versus Azamat Murzakanov. You already fought Nikita Krylov. What do you think about this fight? What do you think? Who's going to win?
Да, это очень интересный бой. Мы знаем, что оба ударники. Но у Никиты Крылова, по-моему, борьба чуть получше. Ну, это такой бой интересный. У того тоже, я думаю, я буду смотреть этот бой. Это очень интересный бой для меня. В общем, хорошие бойцы, да.
Yeah, it's a very interesting fight. They're both strikers, but I think honestly Nikita Krylov has a little bit of a better wrestling game, better grappling. So I think that it's definitely a fight that I'm going to watch. It's a very interesting fight, and we'll see what happens.
Когда обсуждали твой твиттер и говорили, что ты придумаешь сейчас интересные ответы и вступаешь с кем-то в переписку, я думаю, что многие понимают, что твоим твиттером занимается Али Абдулазиз, а он вообще с тобой обговаривает ответ или просто ты отдал ему вот на откуп твиттер, и он уже сам занимается, отвечает, что хочет, или он сначала показывает тебе?
We were talking about your Twitter being super active earlier, but pretty much everybody understands that you're not the one who writes. It's your manager, Ali Abdulaziz. So how does that work for you guys? Does he just have full control of your tweets, or does he ask you first what to tweet?
Я не знаю, то, что я думаю, я говорю, чтобы написали, а так я не знаю, что он без моего ведома или не спрашивая меня то, что написал, я такого не помню.
No, whatever I think, that's what gets written. I asked them to write, and they write it for me. But I don't remember any instances where something was said that I specifically didn't think about. Nobody tweets without my permission.
И последнее от меня. Вот сегодня Хамзат Чимаев пришел в очках для зрения, а ты сегодня в черных очках на пресс-конференции. Можешь рассказать, почему?
And the last question today, Hamzat Chimaev was here in glasses, seeing eyeglasses, versus you are here in sunglasses. Why?
Просто где много ламп, она как бы отсвечивает неудобно, в очках более комфортно.
It's just that whenever there's a lot of lights pointed at me, it's shining bright into my eyes, so it's easier to get a little bit of protection in the eyes.
И еще один вопрос про Алекса Перейру. Он сказал, что после всех твоих твитов и после всех твоих высказываний он постарается сделать так, чтобы твой путь к титульному бою еще сильнее осложнить, используя какие-то свои рычаги. Слышал ли ты это высказывание и какая у тебя была реакция?
And the final question, after you becoming so wildly active on Twitter and kind of being more vocal, Alex Pereira said that with that, he's going to make your road to the title even more harder for you to get to the title, even longer. Have you heard about him saying that, and what is your reaction to that?
Да, я слышал, он говорил что-то такое, но мне все равно, мы планируем загнать чемпиона в угол, чтобы не было, поэтому мне все равно, что он думает.
Yes, I have heard about it, but I don't care about it because our goal is to basically to back him up into the corner, and then this way he's not going to escape. I don't care what he thinks.
Магомед Фрэнсис Нгану на прошлой неделе нокаутировал Ренана Феррейру, и теперь одним из его потенциальных соперников должен стать Вадим Немков. Вот как бы оценил шансы Немкова в потенциальном бою с Нгану? Ведь ты тренировался с Нгану и знаешь его возможности.
Francis Ngannou победил нокаут. Well, Francis Ngannou, sorry, I'm translating back into the... Francis Ngannou just won his last fight by knockout, and potentially his next opponent is going to be Boris Nemkov. You have trained with Francis Ngannou. What do you think his chances are in a fight against Nemkov?
Конечно, это очень интересный бой, но я думаю, Нганnou самый опасный тяж, поэтому я думаю, в борьбе лучше Вадим, но бой покажет, это очень тяжело сказать, на какую сторону.
You know, I think Francis Ngannou is one of the scariest guys. He's one of the best guys. I think it's going to be a tough fight. Nemkov is probably a bit better on the ground, but it's going to be an interesting fight, and then we'll see.
Lerone, right here. How's it feel to be back in your second home of Abu Dhabi? I feel like, what was it, the first 2-3 fights of your UFC career was just right here?
Yeah, this is my second home. Love Abu Dhabi. It's just like normal now. This is what I associate my career with now, like the UFC, Abu Dhabi, coming here, and I love it. Yeah, great hospitality.
And I guess how was fight camp coming out of the Edson Barboza fight? Because obviously we hear the stories, you know, you're never physically the same after fighting Edson, especially over 5 rounds. So I guess how much time did you take to recover from that fight to just go right into camp?
I'm superhuman. I was sweet after 2 weeks. I was back training after 2 weeks. So I feel great, man. I feel better than ever.
How good does it feel to know that you can get those 5 rounds under your belt, like not just in camp, but in an actual fight?
Yeah, massive. Just for confidence and experience, I feel like that's leveled me up. Going into the trenches, them last 2 rounds are different.
And what do you make of Dan Ige as an opponent? Because obviously a lot of the guys that beat him, they go on to crack that top 5. Obviously some of them have fought and become champions. So what do you make of Dan as an opponent?
He's a solid opponent. He's been in the top 15 for like 4 or 5 years now. So you have to be good to keep your position there. It's a big test for me, and I believe after a win over Dan Ige, it's top 10 straight from there.
So do you view him as kind of a gatekeeper to the top 10, or is that just disrespectful to call him that?
Yeah, that's disrespectful. I don't think there's any such thing as a gatekeeper. If you're in the top 15, you're the elite of the elite in the world. Simple as that.
What did you make of him coming into that fight against Diego on like 2-3 hours notice?
Yeah, it's good, man. I would have done the same thing too. But yeah, that's what this sport's about. This is why the UFC is the best organisation in the world, because you don't see that nowhere else. We can still get dropouts, pullouts, and the next best person gets matched up anyway.
And I have to ask because, you know, Dan brought it up too, but there was that fake news that you had pulled out of your fight and Gene Silva was taken. Did you see that? And
yeah, I seen it. Yeah, and I was thinking, please don't jinx me. Like I seen it, but it's like I didn't really respond to it. I'm fit and healthy, and I'm feeling better than I've ever felt.
And then just last one for me, can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Ilia and Max?
I'm 50-50. I change my opinion every 2 minutes, but if I had to go with one, I believe Topuria, because it's just on a run at the minute. But you can't bet against Max Holloway either. So yeah, man, I just want to see the fight as a fan.
Yeah, Lerone, how you doing?
Yeah.
Just a quick question for you about the state of UK MMA as you see it right now. Obviously, Leon got beaten by Bilal. There aren't really many UK top 10 prospects. You know, Paddy's doing sort of his thing. What do you think is going on with UK MMA in general, English fighters in general, and who do you think amongst your peers should be the ones for us to watch out for moving forward?
Well, I believe UK MMA is on fire, actually. We've got 2 top featherweights in the top 15, just me, Arnold, Allen, and there's plenty more up-and-comers all over the world, or different organisations too, but I feel like we're on fire and we're only going to get better. There's going to be a few champions in the UK for sure over the next few years. There's so many fighters to look out for that you don't know about. Even my boy Jordan here, he should be in the UFC soon, hopefully. We've got my little friend Ibrahim. Solid fighter. There's so much talent coming out of just Manchester alone, and I can't wait for you guys to see it.
Do you think you carry that with you these days, having that weight on your shoulders, that there is not a UK champion at the moment after Leon, and you want to be that next one? Is that sort of a weight on your shoulders, or you just do anything? What about Aspinall? Got Aspinall as well. That's true, but
best heavyweight in the world. But I don't carry no pressure ever. Like, to me, this is all a blessing, and I just believe that I'm just gonna go. Everything's meant for a reason, and I'm just gonna push as hard as I can. And obviously, my goal is to become champion, and I believe I can do that as well.
Does Aspinall beat Jones?
Say that again.
Does Aspinall beat Jones?
Right now, he does, yeah, for sure.
That's all from me. Thanks, mate.
Oh, one more. What did you make of Ibrahim's win last week in PFL?
He's young, still growing. Dominant performance though. He took out a 5-0 guy, and it was one-sided, 30-27. And he's young. He's 20 years old, so he's still learning that. I know how good he is. I believe he should have got that guy out there. but it's a learning curve for him, and I believe he's going to be a world champion.
What's the attention on him? Because obviously his brothers are big stars in Man U. So I guess what is obviously like the Dagestani fans themselves are just kind of rabid MMA fans as well. But like, what is the kind of the aura and hype around him that you see that
No, it's
on a
real.
daily basis?
It's real. Aspart is my main training partner, especially for this camp, stylistically and stuff like that. But he's good. He's good, very good as well. And he's picking up as he goes along. And I believe even his striking's good as well. So I believe he's going to be one of the best in the world at featherweight for sure. Done? Thank you.
It takes costs, so this is the best medium you've ever provided.
I tried to check it, but
Тут ты гетеросексуал, блядь. Я гомосексуал. Я чувствую. Это уже был не я. Это кто сказал мне? Обещание быть. Умирал в своих губах. Кто поет? Твое сердце тебя за душу берет. А? За душу берет. За Нюшу берет. За Нюшу, да. Я их испанку. Че? Испанку, которую сливать на сидит, розовую штанатку. Че? Сливать на испанку сидит, и надо сказать, что просто. Súper rápido, si sale o algo, tío. Te aviso, no te preocupes.
I thought Max was great. Top comment on at the end of the day counter 8,726. At most of the Saturday night counter 4,000. Sorry? Oh, well, at the end of the day, yeah. I was sad that we spoke about that. Chatting about the video that
Dagestan. That's where he lives, that's where he trains. And as long as he's been there, he has been trying to soak up everything that we have in Dagestan, our way of training, our way of sparring, our way of fighting in general. He is trying to soak something up that I have been born into. This is where I come from. And I understand that Russia has given him a lot. Russia made his career. He represents Russia on an international level. What I don't understand is, what about Armenia? Why is he representing Armenia? For what? What's the reason?
He said he would represent Armenia in MMA too. I just wanted to clarify that too. Just unrelated to your fight, we spoke to you in June when you were on the UFC Hall of Fame red carpet. You said you were in America to film a movie. Is there any updates you could tell us about that?
Почему представляет Армению? Потому что для него это важно, как для его семьи и так далее. Он говорил поэтому. Просто он хотел тебе ответить, почему ты спросил. Но, в принципе, не об этом вопрос. Вопрос о том, что когда вы виделись с ним в июне, ты говорил, что снимался в кино. Есть ли какие-то апдейты насчет этого, насчет кино, когда выходит, и что это за кино?
Ну, я считаю, знаете, как если какая-то страна, какое-то место дало этому человеку все, чем он обладает, знаниями, навыками, он должен представлять именно то место, а не с бухты-барахты представлять ту страну, которая не жил, не тренировался. И насчет фильма, я жду, пока выйдет премьера. Мне обещали позвать на премьеру. И сейчас, как вы видите, график боев очень напряженный, плотный. И я не могу уделять время съемкам так часто, как хотелось бы там. Но в дальнейшем это для меня был хороший опыт, и я буду при возможности там где-то месяц, где-то если будет перерыв, делать съемки также в Голливуде, может даже в Болливуде.
Yeah, just to touch on the Armenia thing, I feel like as a professional athlete, what you should do is you should represent the country that, gave you the career and made you, right? Not just some country out of nowhere somehow. Right, but we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the movie, as your question is. I was told that I was going to be called to the premiere. I'm waiting for the premiere to happen, and hopefully I'll be able to get out there. But right now, as you can see, I have a very busy schedule as a fighter. I'm constantly training, and I would maybe like to be in more movies, but I can only give about a month, right? Because everything else is training. So, maybe soon, at some point, I'll be in other movies, maybe even Bollywood.
And last one for me, can I get your thoughts on the main event between Ilia and Max?
Последний вопрос, что ты думаешь насчет главного события между Topuria и Holloway?
Мое мнение, что Ilia Topuria очень набрал большой ход, и его будет очень тяжело остановить. Мне кажется, он выйдет победителем с этого боя. Holloway, он немного разгоняется, и в третьем-четвертом раунде он может показать лучшее выступление, чем первых двух, но в первых двух раундах Topuria очень опасен. И я склоняюсь к тому, Holloway очень хороший боец, но я склоняюсь к тому, что Topuria выйдет победителем.
When you talk about the main event, when it comes to Topuria, I feel like he's on such a huge pace up, right? He's going up and up and up really, really quick, and he's got crazy amount of skills, and it's going to be really hard to stop him, right? So I'm leaning towards Ilia. I love Holloway. I think he's a great fighter, but I think it takes him a little bit of time to kind of warm up and get into the groove. Maybe third, fourth round is great for Holloway, but the first two rounds, Topuria is most dangerous, so it's something that's going to be really hard for Holloway to get over that.
Шара слева. Ты говорил о том, что можно выступать часто, да? Ты один из самых часто выступающих бойцов в этом дивизионе. Через месяц, 23 ноября, будет турнир в Китае. В Китае у тебя есть своя история, да? Ты там выступал. Было бы тебе интересно выступить там, на турнире, который будет, скорее всего, возглавлять бой Петросяна?
You were saying that you want to stay active, you want to be the most active fighter on the roster, you want to keep fighting more and more. In a month, I wonder, in a month there's a fight in China. You obviously have a big history with China and the country and fighting there. Would you be interested in fighting at that event in China in a month, especially because it looks like another Russian, Petrosyan, is going to be main eventing that specific event?
Все зависит от 26 октября, как я там выступлю и с какими травмами выйду. я не хочу заглядывать за Армена и так далее, но Армен крепкий боец, и в тайском боксе бывают травмы, особенно когда никто кому-то уступать не хочет. Ну, я привык к этому. Бывало, что я каждый день дрался и по 5 боев. И еще то, что там Петросян будет драться. И я думаю, если я там подерусь, это будет вишенка на торте. И посмотрим, если соперник какой-то согласится. Все от этого зависит, потому что мало кто может захотеть выйти на таком коротком уведомлении.
You know, it really heavily depends on October 26th and what's going to happen with the fight, what kind of injuries I'm going to come out of that fight with. You know, Muay Thai is very active. It's very hard type of fighting, especially against Petrosyan, who's got a lot of Muay Thai skills. The way it works is that there's a lot of damage keeps on being done because nobody wants to go back. Everybody keeps moving forward and keeps striking. So we'll have to see what kind of shape I'm in afterwards. And then the fact that, you know, Petrosyan is going to be main eventing that one, me fighting on the same card as another Russian is going to be kind of like a cherry on top, so that's going to be great. It just really depends on also the opponent because, you know, if I'm healthy, is there going to be enough time for another opponent to come out within only a month's notice against me?
Шара, приветствую тебя. Вот ты говорил, что твоя ударная техника еще полностью не раскрылась, ты ее не раскрыл всем. Есть ли у тебя что-то, что ты приготовил под бой с Арменом Петросяном? И ты, как правило, знаешь, очень так красочно описываешь свои поединки, что кость в кость, еще что-то, какие-то эпитеты подбираешь. Как бы ты описал, вот как ты себе представляешь бой с Арменом, как он будет выглядеть?
You know, you were saying that you didn't completely open up in your striking yet, that there's lots of other things that you haven't shown us yet. Have you prepared something specific for this fight against Petrosyan? And also, you're usually very descriptive when it comes to fighting. You're very good at metaphors and things like that. You talk about bone on bone. If you had to pick some words to describe what kind of fight you're going to have against Petrosyan, what would you say?
Если говорить честно, я там не готовлю какие-то там кучу в голове вещей, которые хочу там показать. Я хочу выйти с чистым разумом. И любая вспышка, любая искра, я думаю, все может закончиться. Я сам не знаю от себя, что ожидать. Поэтому это, и, наверное, в этом, наверное, весь интерес для меня самого от этого поединка.
You know, to be honest, it's not like I'm preparing some sort of things inside my head that I'm like going to come out with and I'm going to show and I'm going to do. I don't even know what's going to happen. I think any spark that happens, any kind of flash that happens inside the octagon is very exciting. I don't even know really what to expect from myself. So I think that's the interesting part is that anything can happen on the night of.
Shara, Yusuf to the right. You said in a recent interview that Michael Bisping is your motivation because he had the eye impairment and he became the middleweight champion. But don't you see there are differences between your case and his case? He was at the end of his career when, and after the fight, people knew about his eye, and even his opponent, he didn't know. In your case, maybe the opponents will take advantage of this.
Ты говорил, что Бисбинг является одним из... Он мотивация для тебя. Ты говорил, что у него тоже была проблема с глазом, и все равно он стал чемпионом. Но не кажется ли тебе, что есть отличия, потому что он уже был как бы на завершении, на заходе своей карьеры и стал чемпионом в конце карьеры, и его соперники даже не знали, что у него была проблема с глазом. Хотя, наоборот, у тебя в основном люди знают, что проблема с глазом, и, может быть, они будут использовать это против тебя, как твое какое-то... что-то против тебя будут использовать?
Ну, уже 19 боев я провел в ММА, и каждый хотел это использовать, и ничем хорошим для них это не заканчивалось. И я думаю, просто Майкл Биспинг был примером, когда ты видишь, что кто-то протоптал такую же похожую дорогу, легче бывает по ней пройти, чем когда ты в темноте ходишь и не знаешь, что тебя ожидает в будущем. Майкл Биспинг показал, что все возможно в этой жизни. Главное не отпускать руки и своего шанса ждать. Он своего шанса дождался. И также я вот охотник и жду своего шанса.
You know, I think it's a little different because I have 19 fights in my career, and every opponent has tried to take advantage of that, and it didn't go their way. When it comes to Bisping, yes, he is a motivation because he's somebody who has went down this path already. He's laid down the path and he set an example for me. So it's much easier to follow somebody's path as opposed to wander around in the dark. I think the way he is a motivator for me and for other people is that he said that everything is possible. The most important thing is not to let your hands down and keep on going forward and keep on chasing your dream, and then it's possible.
Thanks. Last question from my side. Can you tell us about what happened with Nina? You started romantic, removing her hair from her head. Then you head kicked her after that.
Расскажи, пожалуйста, что произошло с Ниной драмой? Ты вроде бы как романтичным каким-то жестом убрал волосы с ее лица, а потом врезал ей ногой по голове. Что произошло?
Это был маневр.
It was just a tactic.
Thank you.
Шара, я тут. Приветствую. Кроме твоей беспроигрышной серии в ММА, у тебя сейчас серия из 2 бонусов подряд. Как думаешь, Армен Петросян – это тот боец, с которым вы заработаете 3-й твой бонус в UFC?
Besides the fact that you're going on an undefeated streak, there is also a streak of 2 bonuses in a row. Do you think that Armen Petrosyan is a good dance partner for you to be able to continue the bonus streak?
Да, все похоже к тому, что к этому все идет. Он ударник, я ударник, и я думаю, там будут искры. Не знаю, все зависит от того, как и другие выступят. Все от этого зависит. Не знаю, если... Я надеюсь, конечно, забрать бонус и так далее, но важно победить и победить уверенно, а потом думать, как устроить шоу для фанатов.
Yeah, you know, it seems like it's going that way. I mean, we're talking, he's a striker, I'm a striker, so this is a recipe for a bonus happening. But it also depends on how the other fights will go, what kind of performances other people will have. You know, I'm going to go there and I'm going to try and get a victory. And then, you know, hopefully the fans will also enjoy it. The idea, though, is to get to the victory first and then worry about a show.
И мы привыкли видеть Армена в качестве экспертного ударника. Как думаешь, под там, не знаю, градом, тяжестью твоих ударов он сможет показать какие-то свои борцовские навыки и там переформатироваться в борца во время боя?
You know, we used to see Armen as a striker, and he's an excellent striker with a great skill set. Do you think that under pressure from your skills will he change his tactics and become all of a sudden a wrestler?
Да, однозначно он будет бороться. Вопрос лишь в том, когда он это начнет делать. С самого начала или когда уже сильно жар ему запахнет.
Yeah, absolutely he's going to become a wrestler. The question is only when. Is he going to come in, start wrestling with me, or is he going to turn to wrestling when things are not going to be looking good for him anymore?
Hola a todo el mundo. Hello to everyone.
Ilia. Ilia, I'd be curious to know if you feel like you have gotten under Max Holloway's skin in the lead up to this fight.
I never thought about that, to be honest, and I don't care. I will be in his skin on this Saturday, that's for sure.
You know, he's saying that he was here earlier today and he feels that, you know, about this whole finger-pointing story, that you haven't earned that moment with him yet and you're just a copycat of Conor McGregor.
I never asked him if I deserve that or not. I will be pointing to the ground since the first second of the fight. If he wants to stay with me in the middle, it's okay, and prove that he's the real BMF. And if he decides to don't do that, it's okay too. I'm gonna find a different way to finish him and take his head off.
I've noticed that in the lead up to this fight, you've had a BMF belt, but it's not here today. Did you bring it with you to Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, I have it with me.
Did you decide that you deserve to be the BMF belt because he wasn't defending it against you, or why did you purchase that?
For me personally, the opinion I have is that that belt was created for and because of George Masvidal. Beside of him, no one is a BMF. But if someone has to have it, I prefer to have it.
Do you believe that your chances of winning this fight go up if it's about finishing him, or if it goes the distance, can you match with him for the whole 5 rounds and match his pace?
Of course, I'm ready, not for 5 rounds to be honest. I'm ready for 10 or 15 rounds, whatever he wants to do, I can do it. But I don't think that the fight will go to the distance. I will finish him before that.
If you knock out Alex Volkanovski and Max Holloway in 1 year, does that make you the best fighter this year?
I don't know who takes that decision, but if they think that I'm the best fighter, I will be very grateful with that. If not, Alex is a great fighter too. He deserves to be the best fighter.
Right here. You've used the phrase that you're the new era of mixed martial arts quite often. Max, I asked Max about that. And he said, you know, you don't really do anything different. You punch, you kick, you wrestle, you do everything everyone else has done. So I guess, what exactly do you mean by saying that you are the new era of MMA?
The way I applicate the techniques and the skills to my opponent, the way I move my head, the way I dominate the octagon. That's the difference. What evolution do you see in Max Holloway in every fight? Maybe only in striking, but you don't see him getting better in wrestling or in the ground. You don't see him trying new things. Only in the striking. And this is what I'm talking about. I try to evolve the game all the time, not only in the striking, with the wrestling, with the ground game, with everything.
And to kind of go off of that, you know, everyone talks about Max Holloway's boxing, and he's the best boxer in the UFC and this. You know, he broke Justin Gaethje's nose right away with that spinning back kick. He hurt Anthony Pettis with the same kick. Do you think people are focused so much on his boxing that maybe they don't see everything else well that he does?
In reality, he's a good striker. It's not only a boxer, because calling himself best boxer in the UFC is kind of shame, I think, because he's not the best boxer in the UFC. But he's a good striker. He has a lot of experience. He's very patient inside the octagon. But everyone is good when they can develop their style inside the octagon, and someone is not putting the pressure on him. So on Saturday night, he's going to feel something that he never felt with any other opponents that he had in the past. The pressure he's going to feel with me, it's going to be completely different.
So would you say you're the best boxer in the UFC?
I don't like to take credits from anyone in the UFC, because we have a lot of great fighters, and let's the people to decide that, right? Let's the people to call you the best boxer in the UFC.
And last one for me, Diego Lopez is weighing in as the backup. You know, you've said respectful things about him. He said respectful things about you. Have you run into him at all in the hotel?
No, I didn't see him, but he seems to be a good guy.
Ilia Marjun Tushayzilova. Marjun. Quick words in Georgian, sorry, arbatra uzgisarov. და როგორც სპორტის გულშემატკივრებს, რომელიც პირველ დღიდან გიყურებს, ძალიან მიხარია და სიამაყით ვავსებს, რომ შენ კუთვნილ ადგილას ხარ UFC-ს კამერით. Now back to my question. You defeated one of the greatest featherweights in history, Alex Volkanovski. Now you're fighting Max Holloway, another one of the greatest featherweights. If you defeat him, do you feel like there is no more challenge left for you at featherweight, and perhaps you want to fight Islam Makhachev next? What's it for you?
Before I used to make more predictions about that, and I want to fight this one or that, but at the end of the day, I want to do my job, which is to show up and fight, and we'll see what the UFC wants me to do. If they call me and they want me to move up to the lightweight division, I will be okay with that, to move up and be the first one to submit Islam. And if they want me to keep defending that belt in the featherweight division, I will be okay with that too. So let's leave that decision to the UFC.
Your friend, Merab, became the second Georgian to hold the UFC belt in less than a year. What is the feeling of you? How did you feel? Like, how are you feeling about that? And how happy were you when you see him?
I'm very happy. I had the pleasure to know Merab personally. He's an amazing human being, and he deserves that. He deserves to be and hold that UFC title.
Last one for me. Where do you feel should your next fight be? You mentioned Spain, Santiago Bernabeu. Is that where you want to defend your title next?
Oh yeah, for sure. It has to be in Madrid.
Thank you. Madlobo.
A lot of fighters are reluctant to speak out about their goals, what they want to do in these fights, and you've said it all. You want to be 3-division champion, you're going to knock out Max in the first round, all these things. Where does that confidence come from, and why are you not maybe as reluctant as some other fighters to speak about what you feel is going to happen?
They asked me what I want to achieve in the UFC and what was my if I could like dream big. So my answer was I want to become a UFC 3 weight class world champion. And what makes me be so confident? The hard work I'm putting in, and to know what I'm able to do inside that octagon.
Aleksandar Volkanovski, I know you had an interaction with him yesterday. Does that kind of go how you thought it would be? You guys were respectful, you'd shake hands?
I always respect Volk, always. Before the fight, after the fight, there was nothing personal. I was only fighting for my dreams. And this is the same thing what's happening this Saturday with Max. I have all the respect for him. He's a great fighter. He has achieved many great things in the sport. You can't take the credit from him. So I have learned many things from him. He called me a fan. Yeah, I followed his career. I've been a fan. How can you not be a fan of Max Holloway, right? So he's been a great example for me, but now it's my time to be that example for the new generation.
Yeah, and I spoke to Volk last night, and he said in his perfect world, you would win this fight and fight him in Australia at UFC 312. But he said he, wasn't so sure you would do that, so he wants Max to win because he thinks he would be more willing to fight in Australia. What do you think of that?
Listen, if that makes him feel happy, that thinking that maybe I would go to Australia, that's okay. But in myself, that's never going to happen. I'm the champion, and if you want to fight for the title again, it has to be in Madrid instead of fighting in Australia in front of you people. Why I would give you that advantage?
For sure. Thank you.
You are fighting in Abu Dhabi. It's too close to the Spain, too close to the Georgia, and the fans from Georgia and Spain will be here cheer for you for the whole time. What it means for you to fight in front of your people from Georgia and Spain?
Well, it means a lot to be honest. I'm very used to fight in the enemy's territory. This is the first time that I feel that maybe I'm not in my territory, but we are in a neutral territory, which is amazing. A lot of Georgians and Spanish people will be able to come and support me, and they are doing that, and I feel very grateful with that fact, and very happy to be able to shine in front of all my people.
And also to speak about, you mentioned the enemy's territory. This looks like a little bit enemy's territory because of the last couple of weeks you spoke with Islam and all the fighters from Dagestan who likes to fight here. Is it like a little bit of pressure or it's a bit motivation for you to fight in front of them there?
Not at all. No, man. This is not their territory. They are not from here, they are Russians. So I don't feel any pressure because of that.
And also to say, the Merab you mentioned, you are so happy for Merab. Can you tell people how hard is it to fight and for your dreams from such a country like Georgia, which struggled many times in the last couple of 30 years?
It's very hard. It's very hard, but it's not impossible. Everything is possible in this life. It doesn't matter where you come from. If you know where you're going, right? You have to have that positive mentality always. Because I always used to say like this: both fear and faith demand you to believe in something that you never saw, and you have to choose to believe in what you want to believe. I always choose to believe in things that make me feel happy.
Ilia,
And the
para
one else
España.
for me, please. Értistä davasvot. You say that you were Max Holloway fan when you were young and watching him while growing up and becoming the professional fighter. What kind of difference you see from Max, for example, 5-6 years ago and Max today?
That's the thing. I don't see any difference. He's the same Max Holloway that we have seen since, I don't know, 2020. Since I made my UFC debut, he's the same one. Good striker, very patient in the octagon, but that's it. I didn't see any evolution in his game.
Ilia, para España, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo vas? ¿Todo bien?
Muy bien, muy bien. Un poco me cuesta estos cambios, pero de inglés, georgiano, español.
Acaba de decir Max Holloway que eres un copión de McGregor, que le has robado sus tatuajes, su aura.
Es un mequetrefe. Ya no sabe. ¿Por qué no habla de lo que se tiene que hablar? Que es de la pelea. Porque no ve ninguna falla en mí. No sabe de dónde cogerse, sabe que soy mucho mejor que él y ahora tiene que ir a algo como el mismo Conor, ¿no? Diciendo que yo no era español, es que como no tengo ninguna falla en mi estilo y como peleador soy mucho mejor que ellos, van a eso, pero realmente que se presente el sábado por la noche y le cierro esa boca.
Precisamente la pregunta era sobre lo de los 10 segundos, sobre que le vas a citar en el centro y no ha acabado de decir si se va a atrever o no.
Ya se está rajando, se está rajando.
Anoche estuvimos hablando de ello en el partido de Copa y tu colega Juanma decía, ¿pero de verdad le va a noquear en 10 segundos a un tipo que no ha noqueado a nadie?
Si se planta, está noqueado, ya está noqueado. Como no lo sienten. Si yo fuera otro tipo de peleador, si yo fuera Jair Rodríguez o Brian Ortega, él diría, claro que sí, me planto aquí en los primeros 10 segundos, me da igual. Y está diciendo, no, yo estoy corriendo un gran riesgo, pero ¿qué riesgo estás corriendo? Lo único que te hace relevante es el BMF que tienes, que ni siquiera lo pones en juego. Yo soy el que está poniendo en riesgo las cosas, yo soy el que está poniendo este cinturón en el medio. Entonces el que verdaderamente está corriendo el riesgo soy yo. Pero aún así no lo quiere hacer. ¿Por qué? Bueno, pregúnteselo a él, algo que a alguno le acerque papel ahora en su habitación.
Y sabes que la pelea es justo después del Madrid-Barça. ¿Qué le dices a la afición española, a todos nuestros oyentes? ¿Qué tienen que hacer nada más terminar ese clásico que es tan importante en nuestro país?
Primero, antes de decir qué es lo que tienen que hacer, lo que he estado diciendo es a ver si me he equivocado y en vez de tener que noquear a Max Holloway, tengo que noquear al responsable de quien puso ese partido en la misma hora, el mismo día que mi combate, cuando eso se sabía hace un par de meses.
Javier Tebas se llama, por si quieres.
Bueno, pues vamos a por Javier Tebas, el próximo.
Y a la afición española,
lo que les diría es, a ver, gracias por el apoyo. Ahora, tampoco les voy a decir de que no vean el partido, vean mi pelea, que a mí me duele, ¿sabes? Que a los amantes del deporte que no le hayan dado la oportunidad de disfrutar de estos dos eventos, así que disfruten de lo que quieran y gracias por el apoyo.
Gracias a ti, Ilia.
Ilia, just one from my side only. We feel like there is a bit of a black box around your team. We're used to fighters making it in the regional scenes in Europe, even here, in Africa, and then moving to the US, joining American Top Team or ATT or whatever it be, AKA. But you're coming out of this team in Madrid that we don't really know much about, your coaches, the team itself, your teammates. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've built with this team and where you see yourself taking, obviously not just yourself as a champion, but the whole team with you along with Spanish MMA?
¿Me quieres ayudar, José?
¿Cómo has creado tu equipo y que dónde vas a llevar tu equipo ahora que sos campeón y cómo van a subir todos juntos a lo que se viene, a lo que se aproxima?
So I always surround myself with great professionals in every discipline that I need. I have one of the best boxing coach that you can have, grappling coaches, strength conditioning coaches. So I don't know what to tell you, to be honest.
We see fighters like let's talk about Bilal as an example, who comes from a small gym in Chicago.
Yeah.
Now you've got
I come from a small gym too, the Clement Club.
But that's what I want to know is, are you now seeing people wanting to come and join your team and get into this gym and work out what you're doing? Because we know nothing about it, to be honest. Like, we want to know more about your team and what you're building and whether or not you're thinking to expand this thing, or is this just Team Ilia and that's it?
No, it's not just Team Ilia. We have a lot of guys. Actually, my brother is gonna make his UFC debut very soon too. We have a lot of guys growing, and hopefully they're gonna join the UFC soon too. I grew up in a gym called Clement Club, a small gym in Alicante, and they create many great fighters beside of me.
Thanks. Good luck, champ.
Ilia, on your left. You mentioned that you don't consider Abu Dhabi a home territory for Islam and fighters from Dagestan because, as you said, a lot of fans from Georgia can come here, a lot of fans from Spain can come here. Do you think your fight can make a perfect case for the possible future match with Islam to be staged in Abu Dhabi? Because, as you mentioned, your fan audience can easily come here, his fan audience can easily come here as well.
The thing that I want to fight with Islam doesn't mean that I have anything against the people from Dagestan. I don't have anything against anyone, you know. All the respect to all the people. And yeah, it could be a great place to make that matchup between me and Islam. Abu Dhabi, it's a great place. He's going to have a lot of fans here. And I'm sure that a lot of Georgians and Spanish people will come to support me too in that fight.
Yeah, thank you.
Ilia.
Matador.
Ilia. You're one of the few. Ilia, at your left.
Sorry.
You're one of the fewest fighters that does everything that he says. What's the secret to this? Is it just confidence? Is it a mixture between confidence and training? How are you able to do everything that you say?
To prepare yourself for what you're saying, right? I just trust myself. I know the preparation I have for everything I have in front, and my confidence comes from that, from the preparation.
Does it put more pressure on you the more you win? Because, as you know, the more you win, you fight with...
Not at all, because many people think that I'm trash talking, but I'm only saying the truth. I'm saying what I really feel inside myself.
Are you going to watch the Clásico this Saturday?
I can't, because it's going to be in the same time as my fight.
What's the prediction for the score?
3-1.
For
Real Madrid.
A la Madrid. Gracias por todo. Good luck.
Amen. Thank you.
Matador, lo curioso que es la vida, ¿no? Hace 4 años debutabas aquí en Abu Dhabi ante Youssef Zalal con corto aviso, y hoy 4 años más tarde defiendes tu título ante una leyenda. ¿Qué sientes con todo lo que ha pasado en toda esta exitosa carrera que tú tienes? 4 years ago, you defended your... you know my English is terrible. So
it's great, man. It's great.
Okay, you started your dream here in Abu Dhabi with Youssef Zalal, and now 4 years later you will defend for the first time your title. How do you feel of the achievement?
Te respondo en español, ¿no?
Yes.
No, me siento súper bien, súper emocionado de el hecho de haber hecho mi debut. Lo hablaba justo con el equipo la última noche. El hecho de haber hecho mi debut aquí y ahora tener mi primera defensa del título es algo increíble, ¿no? De hacia dónde la vida te va conduciendo cuando vas trabajando y confiando en todo el proceso. Enfrentarme a Max Holloway, un luchador que he mencionado que he seguido su carrera desde que me introduje en el mundo de las artes marciales, y ahora compartir el octógono con él es algo que me emociona, pero es lo que te digo, una vez el octógono se cierra, me da igual el nombre, el apellido, voy a por la victoria. Y mi objetivo siempre es conseguir cosas que no mucha gente lo ha podido conseguir.
Si alargamos el invicto 16-0, ¿te gustaría lo que es ir a por el siguiente cinturón, el de Islam Makhachev peso ligero, aquí de nuevo en Abu Dhabi o en Madrid?
Es lo que comentaba antes. Antes solía hacer más predicciones sobre ello, pero ahora es como lo que la UFC quiera. Mi trabajo es prepararme y pelear. Si ellos me llaman y me dicen que quieren que defienda el título, eso haré, o si quieren que suba de categoría y pelear por el otro cinturón, también estaré ok con eso. Ellos saben mis deseos. Mi deseo siempre ha sido también pelear por el otro cinturón, así que veremos a ver qué es lo que el futuro nos tiene, ¿no?
Ilia, por aquí Álvaro Colmenero para ABC MMA. Si logras noquear a Max Holloway, cuando logres noquear a Max Holloway, después de haber noqueado a Aleksandar Volkanovski, ¿en qué estatus crees que te posicionará dentro de la división a nivel histórico, a nivel legendario?
A ver, yo creo que poca gente puede decir que ha noqueado a Max Holloway y a Volkanovski, ¿no? Y en un mismo año son dos peleadores icónicos de la división. Volkanovski ha barrido literalmente con toda la división, 7 peleas por el campeonato, 7 victorias. En Max Holloway, un atleta que se ha enfrentado a todos los campeones que han existido en la división y ahora se va a enfrentar a mí. ¿Dónde me posiciona? 100% que me posiciona en un buen lugar.
Y para terminar, Ilia, después de este combate, sí o sí, el siguiente tiene que ser ya en el UFC España. Te vas a parar, te vas a plantar y vas a decir, el siguiente España sí o sí.
Es que lo saben, el siguiente tiene que ser en España, pero al mismo tiempo sabes qué pasa, Álvaro, que los que entienden y saben del negocio son la gente que está detrás de que podamos disfrutar de este espectáculo, ¿sabes? Y a veces te salen con unos argumentos que son bastante razonables. Entonces, tampoco me voy a subir a un burro que no, ¿sabes? Al final se trata de que todo el mundo gane. Así que veremos a ver qué es lo que la UFC quiere, qué es lo que yo quiero y si podemos alinear nuestros deseos.
Muchas gracias, Ilia, y suerte para este sábado.
Gracias.
Ilya, გამარჯობა. აკეთ. უპირველეს ყოვლისა, კიდევ ერთხელ რა ვიცი, წარმატებები ველოდებით მშვენიერ გამოსვლას. ახლა გავადავალ ისევ ინგლისურად და გკითხავ, რეალურად ძალიან ბევრი რამ შეიცვალა. უბრალოდ ხო, დამოიწილა გადასვლა. So a lot has changed, and now for the first time you're defending your title, and I feel like your nickname Matador right now is even more apt in this circumstance than usual, because for the first time people will be coming at you to try to take away something that you have, right? Does that somehow affect the strategy that you are planning to implement in this fight, or are you still sticking to the game plan of moving forward like you usually do?
I always stick to my game plan. They always wanted to take something from me, which is the undefeated record, and no one could, and no one will do that. I will keep and retire as undefeated fighter.
Okay, fantastic. I saw from the videos and of course on the embedded that you have basically you and Guram Kutataladze, another fighter from Georgia, the lightweight, are working together actively in this camp. Was that just because you've worked with him prior and you're comfortable with working with him, or is it because he's able to show you some things and implement some of the techniques that maybe Max uses?
The first thing is that I felt very comfortable with him. He's my brother, and we did a lot of training camps together. And the second one is, of course, that he can simulate a lot the Max Holloway style.
Okay, thank you.
Better than even Max did.
And one last question from me. Have you prepared the rows already?
Everything is prepared. Everything is prepared. The victory is prepared too. The only thing I have to do is to go there Saturday night and pick up what's mine.
Fantastic. Thank you and good luck with that.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much to everyone.
Para España, Ilia.
Quiero, chicos. Muchísimas gracias por el apoyo. Sois unos grandes. Va por vosotros. Esto para la COPE, Juanma, eres un cabrón.
¿Qué le has dicho? ¿Qué le has dicho, Ilia?
Juanma, que es un cabrón.